Hey everybody, welcome back. It's time for the second half. Whoo, I need to go, maybe do a shot of tequila or something after this is over. But it's so much fun. It is so much fun. International Women's Day. It feels like I just did this a couple of days ago and it was a year ago. And now we're doing it again. And I can't think of a better way to come back from break than with somebody that I've known for a while that is like, in the Broadcasters Hall of Fame. She teaches a thing or two on how to be on the mic. She's all about fitness. She's all about crypto. She's all about investing. And she's all about helping people right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I think she's here. Zinja Dunn, are you out there?
I am here. I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Love the hair.
See me okay.
I love the hair.
Thank you very much. Gotta keep it.
You never know.
Keep it fresh. Gotta switch it up.
Always. You always switch it up on me. But I love the hair. I love it. Thank you so much for coming and joining me for International Women's Day. I'm so excited to have you.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. First and foremost, congratulations to you for your commitment to the fabulousness that is women, for all of our contributions and how we keep having a voice. You keep providing us a place to have a voice and share all the wonderful things that we're supposed to, in purpose and on purpose. So I appreciate you.
I appreciate you as well. I was a fan of yours before I ever got a chance to meet you. And then you came on Lillian's show, and then we actually did a show together for a while. Yeah. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, I tell everybody that you're in the Broadcasters Hall of Fame, and you actually retired from that and moved on. How does it feel to be away from the mic?
Every now and then I get a little hankering, and then I'll do an IG live, or I'll jump on somebody's podcast. So there's that, and there's the daily communication with people. Like, that's probably the thing I miss over anything else. But radio made a lot of different changes. I hung in there for a really long time. And this new venture where I stepped onto, it was as much of a surprise to me as it was to people when I speak to them. They're like, wait, Zinja, you're in the crypto space? Wait a minute. You're an entrepreneur all of a sudden? Like, how did that happen?
Well, that's not new for you. And people that maybe don't know you personally, they don't realize that you've been an entrepreneur for most of your life. You're always doing some kind of a venture and other things that people may not know. But when they look at you, they go, oh, yeah, I can see it. You're also an actor. You've been in like all kinds of movies, and you've done commercials. I saw you in a commercial during Christmas, I think.
I had the honor of being in, it was a Dish Network commercial starring the incomparable Miss Marie Osmond. And I had the awesome opportunity to be in that. Yeah, I studied acting probably about 20 years ago when I lived in LA and did radio out there with the amazing Tasha Smith, if we're talking about phenomenal women. So I just believe that, God put us here in purpose and on purpose. And whoever you think that is, however you think that activates in your life, we're not in these boxes that people try to put us in. And you know that too, Tigo.
I believe there is no box.
So. Right. So I meditate. I love the people I get to meet and interact with. And my first goal is I call it edutaining. I want to give you some information. I want to give you some education, but I want you to have fun with it. But also I'm supposed to speak to the masses. I'm supposed to give it away. And I believe each and every one of us is supposed to find our gift, our niche, and then give it to the masses.
Now, before we get into crypto, because we got to get there, that's the hottest topic in the world right now. Metaverse, NFT, crypto. We got to talk about that. I want to talk about, the young women that are out there, or maybe the women like me who's going into a new venture because COVID changed their lives. And they're going, I've always wanted to be on radio. Or maybe they always wanted to have a podcast, or maybe they want to take acting classes. And they think it's either too soon or too late. What would you tell them? Is there ever a bad time to change your mind and change your life?
No, that's the wonderful thing about being born. And especially in this country with this privilege. I know there's a lot going on in the world right now, but one of the things that my mother instilled in us, and she was the Head Start director here for 30 plus years. My father was a minister. So I came through the people who were like, you get to figure this out. God gave you these gifts. We're going to give you some of our seasoning. So if I'm speaking to a young person, get about the activity of doing what you want to do. Right now, you can be on air if you go on live, either Facebook, IG, TikTok. You can be on air. They're actually paying people YouTube. You can actually have a show on YouTube. And if you want to go the traditional route as far as television and radio, then start honing your craft right here. Look for podcasts to be on. Look for reasons to be in front of the camera. Your phone is now your access to whatever it is that you want to do. So get about the art of showcasing yourself. Have something to say. And then just be relentless. Get up every single day and have a plan. Ooh, I got to say this. Have a plan. I was not always the most organized person. And I always thought that, excuse me, discipline was a bad word, but it's essential. And the best way to do that is to make sure that what you're passionate about every single day has the top spot on your to-do list and your calendar. Those would be the two things that I would give a young person, a young woman today.
Yeah, see that right there. We can just stop the interview because that was enough. We can go on, but then I'll get hate mail because I've been promising we're going to tell people how they can get into crypto, even if they're not, like Bill Gates and mega millionaires right now. They can actually get started. So let's talk about how you got into it. Because I remember the day you walked in the studio and said, I am training to do this. Yeah. It was like 2-3 years ago. And I said, you're doing what and who? But you're a personality. Personalities don't do that. And you told me this one does. I said, okay, enough said. So what made you decide to get into this in the first place?
First and foremost, probably fear. Because I'm one of those people who, when I was afraid to move to LA and jump into radio in the number 2 market in the world at the time. So I started hearing about cryptocurrency. My first access to it was when I was working for Stevie Wonder in Los Angeles. This was probably 2008, 2009. Bitcoin at the time was the only thing we were hearing about. And the only reason I know I was hearing about it is because I was standing next to Stevie Wonder. He was always ahead of the game when it came to digital or technology. So all of a sudden I'm in this room and they're talking about Bitcoin. And at the time, I'm going to give it to you like this. Bitcoin was 25 cents a coin.
I'm going to have to break your concentration for a second because I have a friend, you know her as well, Marva King. And Marva King told me that she knew somebody that was friends with the guys that started Yahoo. Okay. And they did nothing. They were like, whatever. Yeah. And then they look up and Yahoo turns into this mega giant. Right. I heard about Bitcoin about the same time you did and went, oh, that's cute for kids. They're going to have fun with that.
I don't know if you can see that. That's my crypto wallet. Yeah. Bitcoin right now is at 38,000 a coin.
Yeah. That's a little bit of an increase.
So
just a skosh.
So the fact that I was in the room, we always hear about those. They'd be like, "Oh, if I'd have been in the room for Facebook. Oh, if I'd have been in the room for, Apple and iPhone." No, you probably would have done what I did and what many other people do. Is we hear it, it doesn't really ring a bell. I was immediately intimidated by it because at the time I was barely balancing my checkbook. Full transparency. So when you're talking about, and they're making jokes about it, this guy spent $10,000. Worth of Bitcoin on a slice of pizza at the time or something that was going on. But I remember it stuck in my head and I was like, So the next time I hear about it, now fast forward to right around 2015, 2015, 2016, and Bitcoin is now up to 6,000 a coin. So now I'm going, okay, so I remember what that was. And now there's these other cryptos that they're talking about. Now they're talking about Ethereum. Yeah. And now they're talking about XRP. And once I started studying the basics, meaning XRP, if you've ever taken a picture of your check and it goes directly into your bank account, that's called Ripple. The coin for Ripple is XRP. So these are coins that you're already using.
That you don't even realize that you're using.
This is digital, platforms that you're already using. You are a consumer of. What I couldn't get out of my head was if the value is going up and there are people investing in this space, how hard it is for people who look like you and me to invest.
Wow.
So I don't know if you know, when you put the question to the universe, people will show up who will answer that question.
Whether you like it or not.
Who showed up, he didn't look like a guy who should have any idea about this. He had never, he had barely graduated high school. He started out as a construction worker, but this young man became a millionaire by the time he was 23 years old.
Wow.
When I met him, he was 28, 29. So the one thing I knew was that, you know, first of all, $1 million isn't what it used to be, but, you know, it still helps if you have it and you invest it and you know what to do with it. And the one thing I realized is that he was always in the place where money was. People who are wealthy are usually people who have studied wealth. They understand where it is. They understand the trends and how they happen. So when he came to me 2017, 2018, and was talking about, sis, do you know about trading in the markets? Do you know about Forex? Do you know about cryptocurrency? And I was like, absolutely not. And he was a guy like me. Every time he flew to Vegas, him and his girlfriend at the time, it's his wife now, we would go to dinner. We would talk about amazing things, you know. So I knew him more of on a social level. And I had been around, because I had been in entertainment, I had been around entertainers and wealthy people. I'd never been around somebody who said, I can actually walk you through the steps and connect you to the education where you could do this for yourself.
Wow.
So that is what it meant to me, first and foremost, to realize and recognize it doesn't matter that this guy is young enough to be technically a child of mine. What matters is the information he has for me and how the universe brought us together. Not one, not two, not three times. That third time, I said yes. He had this big thing. Let's go meet for dinner. You know, people are going to court you. You're a radio personality. What I knew was he walked the walk. He already had a huge social media presence. And this was before people were huge on social media. And he was showing me receipts. He was showing me what he was doing. And here's what was interesting at the time. He wasn't even an expert yet.
Oh, my goodness.
He just got some information, studied a system, and became proficient at what he knew. So that when I figured that out, and I don't know how many people have done this, you've seen somebody, you've watched a TED Talk, and you looked at them, and you're not trying to hate, but you go, if they can do it.
Do it. Why can't I do it? Exactly.
Why can't I do it?
Exactly.
So I partnered with this gentleman. I got into an education platform. I didn't know I was going to be as excited about the cryptocurrency as I was, but the first one I learned about was XRP. So I opened a crypto wallet and I bought a couple $100 of XRP. Now, when this is happening, it's now 2018. And I'm thinking, because I'm new, that I have to have, you know, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 to invest. And the group was talking about dollar cost average. They were like, no, put $20 in your account a week. Just take $20 if you're getting paid, put it in your crypto. So I looked down and I had about $300 worth of crypto.
Wow.
At the time, I bought Bitcoin and XRP. XRP made a run. When I bought XRP, it was 17 cents a coin. In the next couple months, XRP went up to $1.70 a coin.
Oh, that's good.
I made thousands of dollars in a week.
That's good. That's good. Oh my goodness.
Now,
okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Time out, because we're going to run out of time and people are going to hurt me. One, it's information you and I have to share, because everybody that watches the 9 at 9 knows that we are on 5 days a week.
Yes.
And we love bringing in a certain expert once a month that's going to share. And you have agreed to be one of those experts. So in April, May, and June, you guys, we're going to go deep. She's going to pick a single subject, and we're going to spend that whole interview talking about that one topic. And it may be one coin. It may be how you can get started.
I can already tell you what we're going to start with. We're going to start with the blockchain.
See, if we're going to start with the blockchain.
It sounds difficult. It isn't, but that's where we're going to start, just to give them a little taste.
There you go. There you go. So you guys, we're recording those interviews very soon. You're going to be able to see him starting in April, May, and June. We're going to bug her to stick around and be a part of the family because Zinja always keeps us in the know. It used to be the know of entertainment.
Yeah.
She knew who was coming, what concerts to go see, which ones to stay away from. Now it's investment, and we didn't even get into the other side, which is physical fitness and your own health. And we got to have her come on for that. But before I let you get out of this hot seat for right now, Ms. Zinja, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
International Women's Day is a celebration of the feminine energy that runs the world. It is the half of everything it needs to create. So it is celebrating the women who are mothers, the women who just get up and understand that we have a huge contribution, whether it is a stereotypical, what somebody might assume a woman is supposed to do, or whether we break those boundaries every single day because we show up and we work in purpose and in solidarity and in togetherness and in love and in nurturing. So it is everything that we give to every situation we touch, and realizing that we're not against anybody, that we are not only part of the solution, but we're kind of the reason you're here. Mm-hmm. Every person came from a woman. Let's just go ahead and deal with it. So
let's just put it out there. They have technology hasn't come that far. They may have driverless cars, but they still need us for something.
We are phenomenal, and we deserve more than a day. But I'm super excited to be a part of this celebration and every other one that celebrates me, my mom, my aunt, you.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I've got to thank her for being here. I got to thank you, Ms. Zinja. And if you guys, you know what to do. If you want to get in touch with Zinja Dunn, go to Tigo Direct. Type in Zinja, Zenja. Type her in. You'll see that beautiful face. Her profile is there. Send her a message. You'll end up in her inbox. She'll reach out to you. And I can't wait for her to share that first interview. We're talking about blockchain with Ms. Zinja next month in April. So don't miss it. Thank you, Zinja, for hanging out with me today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Happy International Women's Day. Be phenomenal.
Happy International Women's Day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Now we're going to do something very special. The next guest, we actually pre-recorded yesterday. Her name is Lauren, and we pre-recorded it because we wanted to be safe. One, and two, she couldn't be here today because she had other appointments, and we didn't want her to miss and you guys to miss being able to connect with her. So I'm not going to tell you anymore. I'm just going to play this interview, and I'll see you right after this interview.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you.
You know, I got the opportunity to meet you less than a year ago. It's been like maybe 5 months. And I just think you are amazing at everything that you're doing and all of the stuff that your family is doing. We'll get into that a little bit later. But I want to talk about your book that is out there. You've got this book, The Sky Cracked Open. One, the title's amazing.
Thank you.
Where did that title come from, and what made you decide to write this book in the first place?
So I'm a mom of two. My son is 13 and my daughter is 10. And when they were younger, we read poetry a lot at bedtime. Shel Silverstein, Where the Sidewalk Ends, was a nighttime routine. And I used to read that book when I was little. And throughout my whole life, I've loved to write, and I would write poetry to my dad, and my mom, and kind of just write these like funny little nothing poems. And one night, my son just said, "Mom, you should make a book of your poems, a real book." And I just sort of laughed it off and thought it was silly. And he kept saying it. At the time, he was about 10. And so he just kept saying it. And so throughout the days, they would say the most random, funny things. And I just started taking little notes, and I'd go back, and when everybody would be asleep at night, I would kind of create poems out of the funny things that they were saying throughout the days. And so as I started compiling all of these poems, I thought maybe I will make a whole book and kind of make it for my children who, at the time I was getting sicker. I have cystic fibrosis, and I just wanted to create something for them, and I didn't know where it would go.
Okay, so before we go even further down the road, I know people are watching this right now and they're going, wait a minute, she has a son who's 10. You look like you're all of 18 yourself, so.
He's actually 13.
Oh, wow.
My son's 13, my daughter is 10, and thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I've always looked very young for my actual age, so.
Yeah, your mom does too. I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. She's probably going to kill me, but I'm just going to put it out there. Barbara's amazing. She looks like she's in her 30s or her 40s. And then she introduces us to you, and it's like, wait a minute, what? Because you guys look like sisters. Yeah, you don't look like mom and daughter.
My mom's incredible.
Yeah, she is incredible. How long did it take you to write the book, and where do they find it?
It actually did not take me very long. It was almost like I had to get this creative energy out, and I just was writing and writing and writing, and I wrote and illustrated it, and I think the whole process was about 6 months for all of the poems to be completed, and then it took a little bit longer to get it published and work with all of the behind the scenes things to get a book published, and it's available on my website.
And what is your website? Let's tell them.
theskycrackedopen.com.
Okay, you guys, I know you're listening to me, and we're going to explain why you're listening and not seeing me in a minute, but you know that you can go to tigodirect.com and find her if you don't remember theskycrackedopen.com. But if you do, go check it out at theskycrackedopen.com.
Thank you.
You know, you mentioned earlier that a little bit, just kind of skated by, that you have been fighting some health issues for most of your life, which is the reason why, you know, we just came from a trip, and I did not want to take a chance, so I'm sitting over here being social distanced and making sure that you're safe. You know, we're not talking about the flu, cold, or COVID. You've really been fighting since you were a child.
Right. I was born with cystic fibrosis, so I was diagnosed just at a few days old and had life-saving surgery. I think I was 3 or 4 days old. And at the time, I have an older sister, and she does not have cystic fibrosis, so my parents had never heard of the disease. And it's a genetic disease, and both parents have to be a carrier. And if both parents are carriers, then the child has a 25% chance of having cystic fibrosis. So it was unheard of for my family and my parents. They had never, like I said, they had never heard of the disease. So yeah, I've been fighting CF my whole life, and a little over a year ago, received my double lung transplant at UCLA, and I'm so grateful every single day. I'm doing really, really well.
You're doing amazing.
Thank you.
And before we get too far down, what is cystic fibrosis? Because a lot of people have heard that, but don't know exactly what it is.
Primarily, it's a respiratory and digestive disease, and it affects the respiratory system mostly. And causes a lot of scarring and lung loss and infections, and over time, it's a progressive disease. So I feel very fortunate that I was in my 30s when I needed a transplant. So many people are not that fortunate. They need their first transplant when they're a teenager. They live a lot of their life in the hospital. And that, while I did have a lot of hospitalizations, a lot of them came later in life. And so I'm always very grateful that I got to experience life, and I've had a lot of adventures and, created memories. And I just always try to see the good in everything, and I have a very positive mindset. And during COVID, I lived in the hospital for 4.5 months leading up to when I finally got a match. I was listed by the time I got my transplant, I had been listed for 11 months. And at the time of my transplant, I was on supplemental oxygen 24/7. My left lung didn't work, and I had 12% lung function, and now I have 95% lung function.
So, I mean, this is International Women's Day 2022. If you're talking about during COVID, you're talking in the last year or two you did this? You look absolutely amazing. I would have never thought that. Was there like a fear, because there's so many COVID patients at that time, hospitals were taken over.
Yeah.
Was there a fear for that as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this was right during like the height of COVID. COVID began, we went into isolation, my husband and I and our children, and a few months after COVID began, my lung collapsed, which was kind of common for me at that time, but a few weeks would go by and it would heal after being in the hospital. And this time it wouldn't heal. So we lived in the hospital. It was just too risky for me to come home, and I had a chest tube and I had all of the things that go along with a pneumothorax. And so that was during the height of COVID, and it was really, really scary. You know, there were COVID patients everywhere, and they were trying to contain my area so that I didn't have any chance of getting exposed. So I got my match on October 7th, and I was transplanted October 9th. And exactly 2 weeks after my transplant, I walked out of the hospital.
Our producer just sat in the chair for that pop. Now, before we, let's talk about this a little bit. I don't get into politics. I don't touch religion usually, but COVID is, I saw something the other day that this is literally the last weekend 2 years ago that we were quote unquote normal before everything changed, and it will never go back.
Right.
And right now a lot of states, a lot of cities are getting rid of the mask mandates, and people are being able to do what they want to do. The reason why I'm sitting here is because, mask mandate or not, I'm not going to take a chance of you ending up sick again. Knock on wood. It's a blessing that you're doing as fantastic as you are. So when you hear people on social media, people on the news saying, "Oh, I'd rather just go to the hospital and deal with the respirator. You can't put me behind a mask," what does that say to you?
It's really, really challenging. It's really difficult. In fact, I heard somebody say that they would rather be on a ventilator than wear a mask. And I've been on a ventilator twice. And I can tell you that there is nothing worse, like absolutely nothing worse in life. And there are no words to explain the horror of it and what it feels like. And so it's really, really difficult to, you kind of wait your whole life for this second chance, this transplant, and you get your life back. And I'm so grateful to be normal. I'm a mom, I can do all these things, but then to have COVID sort of in the background, and people who don't take it seriously, and make it political and make it all of these things other than what it is, and it's really just trying to limit germ exposure. It's hard. And so sometimes it's almost like I have so much to say that I don't say anything, because I just want to live my life and have a life. I'm so grateful to be able to get up every day and take a breath and not be in pain and not be struggling. But I do wish that people would take it a little bit more seriously. I think people have gotten very complacent, and think about the people who are not as fortunate to kind of brush it off, and the people who think about it every single day. Yes, I'm doing really well, but I'm immunosuppressed for the rest of my life. And transplant meds carry their own side effects and all of the risks and problems that go along with that. And so all of these little things sort of add up, and it's a daily struggle and it's a daily thought. So I don't get to just say, oh, COVID is not a big deal anymore. And I always think that we should all look out for each other, and it's not only looking out for yourself. You should think about the people around you, and you have no idea what they're going home to or what they're fighting. And so we should all just be there for each other and help each other out.
I totally agree. So how important is organ donors? You had a double lung transplant. You have to be connected to some kind of a system that helps you have that. So how important is that? What should people know about organ donation?
I actually am on the board for the Nevada Donor Network because organ donation is misunderstood, and it needs more, people need more education, and I want more awareness for it, because yes, I have a disease, but you never know when, God forbid, you might need a transplant. And so, you know, sometimes TV shows and movies sort of make it fantastical,
glorify it.
and glorify it, and it's really not fair to the process, because it's not a simple process at all, and you have to be part of the system, and there's a scoring system, and the idea with transplant is always you need to be sick enough to need one, yet strong enough to survive it. So it's a very, very delicate balance, and you never want to be transplanted too soon, but if you wait too long, you won't make it. So it's a fine line, and so the more that people register to be an organ donor, the more people have chances to get a donation, to get a transplant, to
survive.
To live.
Yeah.
A lot of people die while waiting on the list.
Wow. So for everybody that's listening, we'll definitely add a website into Lauren's profile on Tigo Direct, so you can find out more information about organ donations and what you can do to help and how you can be there. So I have 15,000 other questions, but this is International Women's Day and we only have like a few more minutes. But I wanted to ask you about, you know, you've always been creative. You were in fashion. I mean, look at you. You look amazing.
Thank you so
know,
much.
What is next for you? I mean, you don't sit still. So what's next? What's on the horizon?
We moved back to Las Vegas recently and are part of a family project, which I'm really excited about. I'm excited to help with the creative process, and it's very art-centric, and the vision behind it is really exciting. I plan on writing another book. I have kind of a lot of things that just are sort of percolating in my mind, and like I said, I'm just so grateful to have the opportunity to be able to use my imagination and kind of see where it goes, and to get up every day.
Yeah, it's amazing. We're sitting in 920. This is one of the first little nuggets of this major project that your family has taken on. And, you know, it's amazing, and we'll get pictures and stuff for you guys later. But this is where the Now Honors is going to be in October, and we're excited about that. You know, I want you to just, everybody, she's looking at me. That's why she's looking a little on an angle, because she's looking at me. But I'm going to ask you, Lauren, before we wrap this up, if you will just look in that camera and tell the moms, the women out there, the young people out there in the world that are going, I can't because I'm old, I can't because I'm young, I can't because I don't have enough money, I can't because I stubbed my toe. If you just give them a little shout out, because this is International Women's Day, you keep moving every day. How do you do it? How would you tell them to do it?
You just take it day by day, little by little. Sometimes when the whole world feels like it's too overwhelming, you just take it morsel by morsel. You can achieve anything. You know, your mind is a very powerful thing, and finding the good in everything, even if that little thing is you woke up that morning and you took a deep breath. I think that so many people take for granted the simplicity of how beautiful that alone is, and that, you know, life does not need to be grand, and you don't need to have everything always, and everything doesn't need to be figured out at all times. Sometimes just finding gratitude for the smallest thing will help you in every way.
Well, I want to thank you so much for being a part of International Women's Day. It is awesome to know you. We touched on the peak of your story. I would love to sit down with you and really go deep. We've been showing your book cover. We've been showing information. You guys go to Tigo Direct if you want to connect with Lauren in person or directly. She can help you there. And we're going to get her to come back on the show and do a different interview and just go deeper. Thank you so much, and happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much.
That was Lauren, everybody. It was an honor to do that interview with her. You know, she's a double lung transplant survivor, and she's doing massive, major things. When I sit around and say I can, I think of Lauren and I say, oh yeah, I can, and I get moving. Now, I don't know how this happens, because we let everybody kind of pick the times that best fit with them. But coming up next is the author of You're a Lion Inside. That's just a little teaser taste of a bit of the title. She's coming up next, and how perfect is that to follow with Miss Kimberly right after Lauren? So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Yep, coming up next is Kimberly Faith. She is going to talk to us about basically getting out of our own way and how to, harness our personal power. Kimberly, are you out there?
I am here. I'm so glad to be with you.
I'm so glad to have you. Thank you so much for agreeing to be a guest. And during International Women's Day, it's amazing to have you here. And I just got to dive right in. I mean, you were sitting in the green room, the virtual green room, listening to the interview, and I cannot think of a better person to have follow Lauren than you. I mean, and what you do.
Wow, her story was inspiring, and just talk about such admiration for someone who can continue to be that positive just after everything she's been through. So, and her, as well as you, Theresa. I was reading all about you when I was preparing for the show, and I was like, first of all, thank you for being a Navy veteran, and anyone doing a marathon broadcast like you are has my heart.
If my father was still around, he'd say, "What's wrong with you, girl? What's wrong with you?" He was from Mississippi and he did not play. So let's talk about this. You're an award-winning author. You're a speaker. You're a coach, but you are really looking at, harnessing the power, our own power every day. What does that mean? I'm talking about hope. What does hope mean to you?
Sure. So HOPE for me is an acronym for standing for Harness Our Power Every Day. And Theresa, I learned that firsthand back when I had my own small business in the 2000s. And for a variety of different things that happened, I had some investors, things go terribly wrong. And I lost everything during the economic crisis of 2008. Wow. And so I all of a sudden was there at rock bottom. I had followed all the rules, did everything we were taught to do. And then I was like, what? This doesn't work. What do you do now? And I had firsthand experience of how do you pull yourself out of that pit of failure that I had fallen into. And hope is what got me there.
Oh, wow. And how do you help other women? Because this is International Women's Day, right? So
Sure.
We hope there are women of all ages and some guys. My producer's there, Alan's there, some guys watching. How do you help other women who feel small? I have my moments when I feel small.
Yes.
How do you help other women see that they can get out of that, get past it, keep it moving?
What was so interesting is I stumbled into this. I never set out to write the book. It was truly an accident. I was doing work about personal branding and leadership branding with corporate leaders all over the world, over the world. And I would ask women to describe themselves in 3 words. And I was surprised, Theresa, how many times those words were small. And I kept looking. I was like, here I am with a group of international economists. Here I am with some of the top healthcare leaders in the world. Here I am with some leaders of manufacturing multi-billion-dollar budgets, and they were describing themselves in small ways. And so there was this day that I was with this one corporate group, and I showed them the image that I used on the cover of the book with a lion and the cat. And I asked them, I said, why are we all describing ourselves small like a cat when we have the strength of a lion inside? And there was an audible gasp in the room. And everyone looked around and recognized, Theresa, just like what you said, is that many of us have described ourselves as small when we're so much more.
Yeah, they definitely have. We definitely have. I know I have, many times described myself and in a small way, and I felt small. And that's one of the things. I mean, you can do just about anything to me and I can recover. The minute I start feeling tiny in a room, I just want to melt back into the pain and pretend like I was never there. This
Right.
was never me. So when I saw your bio, I said, oh my goodness, she's coming to the show. That's amazing because you're really shining a light. You're shining a light.
And that was actually exciting for me, because what I was startled, I was really privileged and excited and honored about the fact that I got to work with so many women around the world. But we all had this belief, Teresa, that we thought that somebody else had it figured out. So Teresa, we would look at everyone at the women in leading healthcare. We say, well, if they have enough degrees, they've got a doctorate degree, right? A physician's degree, they have it figured out, or this group has it figured out. And it was so sobering to me to say there wasn't enough degrees to stamp out this belief. There wasn't enough experience. There was no single industry. And at that moment, I said, we're all struggling with the same thing. This is not only an individual issue, this is a collective issue for us as women in the world. And that's when I set out to write the book, because I felt this compelling passion to say, oh, I've got to bring this to all of our attention.
Now, if somebody picks up your book, and let's share with them how they can find your book first. Can you
Sure.
grab your cover again, show them again real quick?
Sure. It's Your Lion Inside, Discovering the Power Within. It's available on Amazon, or you can go to yourlioninside.com and download it there. It's also available on Audible and as an ebook. And what it is it describes the journey of thinking of how we're both individually and collectively linked. Because Teresa, that's what I love International Women's Day, and the fact that it has us think about how we're all connected. Every single country, all the women in these different countries, we're all at different stages of whatever's going on. And one of my favorite moments was when I was actually speaking in Dubai. I actually had sheiks in my audience, first time ever. I went upstairs and I saw this wonderful woman walking down the hallway. She had her hijab on and her outfit all the way down to about her knees. Stunning. And I said to her, when she walked by, I couldn't help myself, Teresa, forgive me. I said to her, my goodness, you are absolutely stunning. And she said to me, I was thinking the same thing about you. And in that moment, isn't that funny? And in that moment, I then said in my American way, your eyelashes are amazing. And she said, Teresa, it took me forever to learn how to put them on. And in those 2 minutes, East and West, we completely forgot that we were miles, worlds apart, and we talked like sisters would. Well, then we parted ways, and I saw her an hour later walking beside another family member of hers that was in a full burqa. And this time, instead of looking up, with her shoulders back and her head up, she was looking down and shuffling. And I thought to myself, you too, sister, are trying to figure out the difference between the past and the future. And so, Teresa, it's something that we're all figuring out, is how do we make this way in the world and step into that power.
I totally agree. When someone picks up your book, and for everybody out there, if you guys are watching, well, of course you are, because you're listening to me talk. But if you missed the book, where you can pick it up in Amazon and her website, you can also go to Tigo Direct, because Miss Kimberly is there. She's got a profile there. It's free. Wonderful. It's just a service for you guys to be able to connect with everybody that's on my show, especially International Women's Day. So just go there, send her a private message. She'll get it in her inbox. And when she gets time, she'll tell you where to go pick up the book. When someone picks up your book, what is a couple of the nuggets you hope they take away?
I identified 7 thought processes, 7 belief systems that stand in our way, and I labeled them as sisters, because we each are working with all of these belief systems. And so it helps to become friends with them. So when you open up each sister's chapter, find the sister that you dance with in your world. And then at the back of each chapter, I give you tips about how to become friends with the more powerful side of the sister. And I have found from people that it has been life-changing for them, Teresa.
Before I let you get out of the hot seat, I've got to ask you, this question, I saw it in your bio and I said, oh my goodness, that's a great question. The glass ceiling may also be your mirror. That's
a sobering thought, isn't it?
It is.
What I have found is that we do tend to be very conditioned by what we see. And when we see all of these things, I'm not denying that the glass ceiling is real. And the more we believe it's real, the more we step into it. And so the only way I pulled myself out of that powerless place in life is to begin to write my own narrative and to step away from all of those other belief systems that the world was trying to hand us. So that was my question for many women is how often is the glass ceiling also a mirror?
Wow, that needs to be on a t-shirt. When you do it, please, I'll order a dozen because that needs to be a t-shirt. People need to see that. You know, before I let you get out of the hot seat, and I thank you so much for hanging out with me
Thank
just
you.
for these few minutes. I hope you'll come back later and we can go even deeper on the subjects. I think you're amazing. What does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
I've always believed that this global sisterhood that we have is deeply interconnected, that what happens with women's rights and women's movement in one country affects the other, and we're all deeply, intimately connected. And so that's what I hope as each one of us move forward. Not only are we changing our lives and the lives for our daughters and our sons, we're changing the lives for other women around the world.
I thank you so much for being on our show today and being part of our International Women's Day Marathon. Your name is absolutely perfect for everything you do. I mean, Kimberly Faith, how could it get any better?
You know, I was actually born that way. Kimberly,
really?
I dropped all my last names over time, but that is my birth name. And for a long time, I didn't like it, but now I fully stepped into it, Teresa, and for that exact reason. I'm Kimberly Faith. I'm all about hope, and speaking about loving ourselves. I've become a walking Hallmark card.
And a wonderful one at that. I thank you so much for being here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of International Women's Day. You are the best.
Take care, Teresa. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hey mate, do you want to play with me? Yeah, I can't play right now. I'm doing show notes. You guys know how you meet somebody and you feel like you've known them forever. They're just like your sister, your friend. You want to call them up. They don't even live in your city. You want to call them and say, hey, you want to go to coffee? And they're in another country somewhere for the day, or they're on a stage somewhere, or maybe they're dealing with family issues in their hometown. And you just go, oh, you're not here? Well, that's how I feel about our next guest. Our next guest is Sophia Livas. I had the honor of meeting her. I think it's been 6 or 7 months. I feel like I've known her forever. She's like my little sister. And now she's decided, she said yes to being a part of International Women's Day. Sophia, you out there?
I'm here.
Woohoo!
Hey, sister.
How are you? How are you?
Incredible. You know, living the hard life in Costa Rica in these beautiful jungles. Loving life.
Yeah. See, living the hard life in Costa Rica. See what I mean? I call her for coffee. She says she's out of the country. This is what happens, you know, but she's amazing. She's amazing. So let's dig in because people need to know just who Sophia Livas is. And the one thing I've got to ask you about is this Ever Smart City. What, who, where, huh?
Right. So thanks so much for letting me be on. Oh my gosh, listening to her last guest. Just all these powerhouse women, and what an incredible day to just recognize the contribution that over 50% of the world's population is. So it's fantastic to hear that. So a little bit about me. So my name is Sophia Livas. I am the CEO and co-founder of Ever Smart City. At the heart of everything that we do, we provide affordable housing, and we do it through utilizing shipping containers, powered by renewable energy. We have sustainable agriculture, and we're fully integrated with blockchain technology. So that's it in a wrap.
Just drop that in a wrap. We're fully integrated with blockchain technology. I was in a meeting with you, Prosperity Camp, because Greg may be watching. I was in a meeting with you and everybody's going, what's a blockchain? Chain what?
We're talking about what? And you grabbed the mic and broke it down in 5 minutes or less. And we were going, oh, we've got to be a part of this. How did you get involved in this technology? What made you decide this was the journey you wanted to take?
Right. So this is where you say, you know, did the journey choose me, or did I choose the journey? So my story starts when I was very young. I grew up in a household that was less than constructive. So my father was very abusive, and I watched my mother beholden to that marriage because she had a 6th grade education. She was not allowed to work for the first half of my childhood. So she didn't have any financial ability nor education-wise to leave that marriage with 2 small children. And so I removed myself from that situation at a very early age. And I went on to backpack all over the world. And I saw the same cycle over and over again. Wherever there was poverty, there was women that were beholden and making choices for themselves and their children that were putting their lives at risk. And it was also just a vicious cycle that they were starting. So as I got into my professional life, I've always been in technology and real estate. And when crypto came onto the scene, I'm like, this is it. This is how women do it. This is the most level playing field that there is out there. You want to talk about a glass ceiling? Like there is none in crypto. There's no gender bias. You know, the United Nations, the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals for number 5 are under gender equality for women. And that's crypto right there. So I jumped into it, and I was the first woman in the United States to own a crypto hedge fund. And once that got situated, then I'm like, all right, let's take this for a full spin. We had to wait for some legislation to go through with certain things regarding crypto. And the minute that it went through, I got together with my 2 other partners, and we decided that we could actually make an impact, and that there was a much more lucrative way for cities to go ahead and communities to be developed going in the future. And we decided to be that model.
Wow. Okay. For women that are watching, young people that are watching right now, crypto, NFT, metaverse, these are all amazing keywords that are being flown all over the place, but they're sitting there going, can I do this? Should I be a part of this? Do I have to wait until I'm in a certain financial position? What's your opinion for that?
Well, my main passion is women's financial sovereignty, coming from my background and what I've seen my mother go through and other women around the world. So emphatically, yes. The answer is yes. I'm always going to be a yes for women in STEM, and however that looks. There's no credit score. There's no pecking order of your education, your social status. So if there's ever a place to get started and any time to get started, it's now. And teach your daughters and mentor each other and bring each other up. You know, there's this wonderful thing that most of people, everybody that's watching me right now has available to them, which is the internet. And you can teach yourself, which is what I did.
You not only taught yourself, if I remember correctly, aren't you the first female to have your own hedge fund in this?
First crypto hedge fund, yes.
Wow. And how does that happen? I didn't even know there were crypto hedge funds until like a year ago. And you're the first female to do it. What made you decide to go that far in?
I knew that if I wanted to help women, I had to role model it first. And I also knew in order to help all the women that I wanted to help, I had to amass a lot of money to have the resources to do that. So this seems like a really incredible solution. So I was like, well, if I'm going to talk to women about it, I better darn well do it myself. So that's what I did. And I set out. And one thing about women is we are geared towards collaboration. And that's our contribution to humankind and to men, right? Like we come from a collaborative way of being. And so I sought out somebody that was like the most expert in that field. And I partnered up with them. I'm like, this is what I want to do, and let's do it. And luckily, he was on for the ride, and then he even became one of my co-founders in our smart city. So I'm very fortunate to have his partnership.
Now, before my inbox blows up, you guys, yes, I know you want to figure out how to get in touch with Sophia. Same rules apply. Go to Tigo Direct. It's free. Her profile is there. Go there, type in Sophia, type in crypto. You know, you can probably type in NFTs and Sophia will come up. send her a message in the message box. It'll end up in her inbox and she can help you in any way she can. Because like I said, she's like my little sister and I know how much she loves helping everybody. Let's talk about a young woman or a woman of any age that's thinking about they'd like to start their first business, but no one in their family has ever done anything like that. How would you advise them to get started?
Oh, well, that's easy because that's my story. So I'm going to tell you a book that was given to me by one of my mentors when I was probably like maybe about 10 years old, between 10 and 12, was Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. I read that book every year. So in it is the biggest weapon that people who have amassed riches use. And it's in every chapter it talks about it. And that's to utilize the power of the mastermind. So seek out a mentor, find somebody who you can, esteem to be somebody that's in a position or holds a position that you want to hold, and request mentorship. And that awesome. Will cut, that's a shortcut. That's a hack right there. That will cut up, it'll save you from a lot of course corrections, which is what I call, most people call failures and mistakes. I'm like, oh, that's just a course correction, but it'll definitely, ramp up your time there.
And now, because crypto is getting so popular, it's becoming this famous keyword right now. It's like it's new. It's not new. It's been coming a long time, but people are seeing pop-up ads on Facebook saying, hey, create your NFT. Pop-up ads saying, hey, do your investment over here. Not all of these things are the right place to go. Where would you tell people to go and look for solid places to get started?
Again, another easy question. So before you start going on to Google this and YouTube that, the first thing I would recommend you doing is building up your vocabulary. It doesn't help for you to watch these videos and read these PDFs or whatnot and attend these classes if you do not understand the vocabulary. So go and start reading. Like, we've got an ebook out that is all the blockchain vocabulary. It includes crypto, NFTs, metaverse, all the terms, the slang and everything. And you want to really understand what those terms are, because they may be different from, like, say, the stock market.
So this is International Women's Day. You are literally out of the country, just having a really terrible time in one of the most beautiful places on earth, having a great time. I know you are. What does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
Oh, it's a moment of recognition of the future. So what I mean by that is that women give birth to children. They're the ones that are the source of life. And the majority of the time, they're the caretakers of those children. So that is our future. And it's the one day that I feel like women are acknowledged for being at the impetus of everything. And it's an opportunity for women to love up on each other, to have a day to just kind of share in all of our wins collectively and empower and support each other.
I couldn't have said it better. I thank you so much for taking out time. I know that your schedule is absolutely insane, and I hope you'll come back on the show again. You are my sister for life. I love you. You're the best. And, get a little sun for me too, would you?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and, of course, winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved.
All right, all right, all right. It's 2 o'clock in my world, Pacific time. And I've still got so many amazing women to go. And they're coming and they're bringing their stories. The law nerds are coming. Oh, it's about to be crazy. But coming up next is Miss Monica Parker. Are you out there, Monica?
Right here.
How are you? How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. How are you?
I'm amazing. And this day, it's just a blessing to have all you amazing women join me and just hang out and share your stories. And I can't wait to talk to you. This is our first time actually connecting, quote unquote, in person, virtually in person. I want to thank you so much for coming onto the show and just sharing with us.
Thank you. And thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So you're an author, you're an actress.
Yeah.
But you were also in the film industry as a producer and a writer. Can we start there? Can we talk about that industry?
Sure.
Because, there's not a lot of women, even in 2022, that are part of production at that level, at film level, at television level. How did you get in that industry and what made you decide to do it in the first place?
Well, first of all, I think I have only ever had accidental careers. I am, what's the word I'm looking for? Not impetuous, open to opportunity. And I started my life as a dress designer because,
Wow.
well, my mother had a very fancy shop. She did custom designs and dresses for private clients. She was a couturier, and I could draw. So I sold my first dress at 8 years old. I just drew something and a client wanted it. And um, I think that sort of started me on my path. And I went to art school and I became a dress designer. While I was being a dress designer, while I was doing this in this shop, one of my model girlfriends brought in a young guy. I mean, we were all babies. We were 20, 21, 22. I don't remember exactly. And this guy wanted dresses for his thesis project at university. And
Okay.
he needed to borrow them. And I said, sure, if I can have the lead. And he said, no, but you can be a hooker. And I went, oh,
Oh,
okay.
wait.
And I got paid $125 and sat with all these people dressed as hookers and discovered, oh my God, this is the circus I belong in. And that young guy was Ivan Reitman, who went on to make Ghostbusters and
Wow.
Twins and millions of other movies. And so,
Wow.
it was the children running the asylum. But from that, I stumbled into that world. And then the next thing that happened was a new TV station opened up, and I was a big girl. And somebody said, "You're really flexible. Go sell them an exercise show." So I did.
Oh,
And
wow.
I wore a leotard, and I needed a director, and the only one I knew was Ivan Reitman. So I asked him, and he said, "Sure," because he was young. And then my voiceover guy was Dan Aykroyd. And it was amazing. It was an amazing show because I got validation for the first time in my life. I had guests on who talked about body image. And it was the first time my family ever got that you can be whatever size you're supposed to be in life. And so that was how you ask how my career started in show business. Accident.
Yeah.
And from that, I stumbled into being a writer because having a show means I was writing it. It just all evolved. It evolved. And then at one point somebody asked me to do a stand-up, which was the most terrifying thing I have ever done in my entire life. And I mean, seriously. And I did it, and I don't remember anything about it, except there were two guys in the audience who said, "Hey kid, we caught your act." And I said, "I have an act?" And and this was in Toronto. And they said, "We'd like to bring you to LA." And I went, "Is this real?" And they said, "Yes." And I went, "Okay."
Wow.
And I came to Los Angeles. And so, it's really about timing, opportunity, and saying yes. Saying yes. Even if you're scared to death, say yes.
Is that what you mean by finding gifts amongst the ruins? Is that what you mean? How did you come up with that?
I think that life, we all know a lot of people. Everybody's always having a crisis or a calamity. And a
Mhm.
lot of people come to me just to talk to me because I have a big mouth and I offer up advice. And sometimes it's good. And somehow and I really do believe this. I'm a very optimistic person. And I think when something bad happens to me, I truly believe my toast will land butter side up on the floor. There's always an upside to every bad side. because you learn something from it. You either learn it about yourself, or you learn about what not to do, or you learn that other people made mistakes. So that has been a life path for me, learning from my mistakes and believing there's an upside to everything. And so life gifts among the ruins is that. You know, Richard Branson always says when you make mistakes, you're still falling on your face, but you're still moving forward.
Yeah,
I always
Les
thought
Brown says if you can look up, you can get up. So
same
I
thing. Same
I
thing.
absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. So for somebody, I'm 58 years old. Everybody knows that I put it out there all the time, 5 days a week on my show, that I am 58 and proud of it. For people that are out there that are thinking about making a change, they're finished with that first career. The kids are grown. They're out the house and they're going, you know, I've always wanted to act, or I've always wanted to make a film or write a book. What would you tell them?
You got one life. You better make the most of it if you want to do something. You know, if you can't do it big, I mean, obviously coming to Hollywood and trying to um, start a whole career at 60 is probably harder than at 20.
Hmm.
But that doesn't mean people don't do it. We have outlets all over the place. YouTube, blah. The internet is a pathway to 1,000 opportunities to show yourself, to showcase whatever it is that you want to do. That being said, do it in your community. I mean, just because you don't, not everybody has to be on the big stage. If you need to be on a stage, try not to make it be at your dinner table every night. Um, Find some place where there's actually an audience
You
that
got a
isn't super
camera in
loud.
my house? How did she know?
I wasn't speaking about you.
Oh yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. I'm sure my family, my kids are going, would you please tell her to stop? When did you write your first book?
Okay, so I left Los Angeles. I lived in LA for a long time, and we moved back to Toronto 12 years ago
Okay.
because of aging family, and we wanted to be around them.
Mhm.
And it was winter, and it was really awful, and I wasn't used to it anymore, and I hated it. So
Mm.
I stayed in my office and I thought, I'm going to write that one woman show I've been talking about and talking about. And I didn't want to be one of those people who had an idea and didn't follow through, even if I failed. So I wrote a one woman show. I didn't know what I was writing about when I started it, I had no idea. And I started writing and I started writing and got a lot of encouragement from friends who said, just keep going, keep going. And I wrote this show, and somewhere I understood that I was writing about, oh, the things that happen to us in life, but happened to me. Some of it was
Mhm.
funny, some of it was definitely not funny. But the show was called Sex, Pies, and a Few White Lies. And
Oh,
a director I'd worked with a long time ago happened to be in town. She said, I understand you're a one woman show. I'd like to read it. And I went, oh, okay. And then she said, I want to direct this. So she did. And
oh wow.
it became so successful. It was one of the most successful things I had ever done. And I brought it to LA, got amazing reviews. And because I'd left LA and I thought, well, here I am, I'm back. And
Mm.
just with this show, the show got me a speaking career because someone came to see the show who invited me on a radio thing. And the very first speaking gig I ever did was for 200 psychiatrists and healthcare workers. And I said, why don't you just all roll up your chairs, and you've got every possible flaw in a human being that needs work. It's me. And so, and it was great. And I loved doing it. And then from that, someone said, well, why don't you write a book? And I said, well, I've never written a book. So I called up a couple
Mm.
of friends who had written books and I said, how do you write a book? And they said, well, you need a proposal. I said, what's that mean? So I looked it up. Proposal is the most amount of work. It's more work than a book.
Oh
But
wow.
I did it, and I asked friends if they knew any agents, and I said, read the proposal. Don't do me any favors unless you like it. And so they did, and I sent it to agents, and 3 agents, and 2 of them called me right back. One I never heard from, and I went with one of them, and the book got published, and that was my first book called Getting Wasted, spelled Waisted. Um, it's the story of a fat girl in a society who prefers thin. And that book became a really successful book. So I wrote that book. And then they said, well, what else do you want to write? And I had an idea about writing about how children see God. That book is called OMG, How Children See God.
Oh,
Because I
wow.
was really curious in this world about whether how kids, between fundamentalism and non-religion, I wanted to know what kids were thinking. And it's their drawings, it's their heart, it's their humor, it's very charming, it's really funny. And so that happened. And then I thought, well, what am I going to write next? And I thought, well, why don't I just bust it wide open and do it? So I wrote a book called Oops, I Forgot to Save Money. And, I'm very honest about this, but I thought money was a subject that really needed to be brought out of the dark and into the light because
Yeah.
people are always afraid to talk about it. So I figured if I was brutally honest about my incredibly, what's the word? Up and down life with money. I say that my book is not a how-to, it's a don't ever. But that
It's not a how-to, it's a don't ever.
Yep.
I love it. I love
It's
it.
funny, it's brutal, it's honest. I have other people's stories in it too. And the irony of my life is that I wrote this book and I now have a big bank sponsoring me as a speaker to talk to their clients about money.
Oh my goodness.
Life.
Well, I thank you so much for being on. You're amazing. Before I let you get out of the hot seat, I got to ask you, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Oh, sisterhood. In every way, I think feel very grateful that I'm a woman. I happen to think women are my constituency in every way. It's what I talk about. It's how I write about it. I mean, I like men. I just don't understand them. But I understand women so much more because I am one. So International Women's Day means a great deal to me. I think your last person on talked about the sovereignty of women. I thought it was a beautiful term. And I just feel that we solve problems in the best possible ways because we have this sisterhood where we can go and reach out. And so that's what International Women's Day means to me, reaching out to others.
Well, I thank you for being on, Miss Monica. You are the best. You're funny. I can't wait to read more of your books. I hope you'll come back and spend more time with me because I truly enjoyed this conversation.
Me too.
Anytime. You are the best. Enjoy the
Thank you.
rest of
So are you.
International Women's Day.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Now, I was asked when we decided to do International Women's Day again, were we going to have the same people that were on last year on this year? And I said, well, everybody's new, but one person. See, every time I do something where it's a marathon or we have an award show or heck, just really good food and I want to hang out for dinner and she comes to Vegas, I got to get my buddy Emily to come on. So Emily Baker is here and her law nerds I know are going to be like, what? We didn't know she was going. Emily, are you out there? Uh-oh. Muted.
Sorry, we're professionals here, people. Professionals. It's good to see you. It's been a long day. I streamed for almost 3 hours today, and it's just sometimes my brain is a little slow.
Wait. You streamed for almost 3 hours today, and now you are on with me.
Yes, of course I'm on with you. It's International Women's Day. We're here. We're here to chat. I love chatting with you.
I love
We just
chatting
get to
with
now
you too.
share our conversation with the internet. We get to catch up. It's kind of like a FaceTime on the internet.
Yeah, it's kind of like a public FaceTime. We have to work on that more often. So I noticed no purple hair. Purple in the background.
It's purple.
Oh, it's purple.
It's purple.
It's a different.
It's definitely lighter purple. It is about to go galaxy, so I had to let some of the purple moot down so that it could go galaxy.
Okay,
So
and
we're
what the
almost at
heck is Galaxy?
200,000. It's going to be blue and pink and purple, kind of like the colors of my new
Of course
tattoos.
it
It's
is.
going to be
Of
very
course it
bright.
is.
So
Of course it is.
we're about to do that because we're almost at 200,000 subscribers over on YouTube.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, it was October 2020. I remember it well.
Mhm.
You probably had 5,000 or so followers right
I
about then, if
crossed
I'm right.
5,000 like right on Halloween because I was on Halloween. I was so excited about it. And I remember like being out trick or treating with my kids being like, oh my God, we just hit 500, like 5,000. Me manifesting the 500,000. Oh my God, we just hit 5,000 subscribers. I was so excited. So Halloween 2020, 5,000 subscribers.
And now we're about to cross, and I'm saying we're because, I'm part of the family and I support
We
you in every way. You know,
absolutely part of the family.
about 200,000 people have subscribed. Let's tell everybody what they're subscribing to. If they're not a law nerd yet, they need to be a law nerd. What's going on? Let's talk about it.
I'm Emily D. Baker. I am a legal analyst, legal commentator focusing on pop culture lawsuits and breaking them down so everybody can understand. So if you are curious about the law behind the headlines, I've got you. So I take the lawsuits and break them down. Sometimes I go over them fresh look and I'm like, what is this even? But we do more than just what the headlines are, which is generally not the whole story. And then we follow those cases all the way through. So with cases like a Josh Duggar reality TV or former reality TV star, we covered it from arrest all the way through now post-conviction motions and sentencing next month. So it's not just this happened and it's done. I cover, and the law nerds are along for the ride with me. These cases in a more in-depth way than you're going to get on, your traditional 3-minute soundbite.
And yes, you're a legal commentary, and people are probably thinking, yes, she has her own team, but you're a part of every broadcast that you do, every story you cover. You do your own homework and reach out and connect and do all of that. How do you have the time? Because you're also a mom, a wife. You're, a lawyer. I mean, you got. What did you tell me? I paid a lot of money for that ESQ behind my name.
I did. I paid a lot of money for those 3 little lotteries. A lot of money. I do all of my own research. So my topic ideas often come from my own interest and then the law nerd interest and then topical lawsuits. But I do all my own reading because I want to know, my audience wants my analysis of it. And I can't have someone else analyze something for me to analyze that. Then I'm just a news reader. And that's not really what I want to do. I want to think through it. I want to know the facts of it. I want to really get into a case or get out, read it and be like, I'm done. Nope. But I want to make those decisions. So yes, I do have help now that I am a full-time content creator because I do YouTube twice a week and I have a podcast that goes live in audio and video once a week. So it is a lot of cases. Not as much as when I was a DA, though. Someone asked me the other day, they're like, are you covering as many cases as you handled when you were a deputy district attorney? And I'm like, that's adorable. No, I cover way less cases than I was managing as a deputy district attorney in Los Angeles. So it's nice, but my life works with it and I've found ways to work with it. My kids are doing homework at night. So I take, my cases on my iPad and go sit on the couch while they're doing homework and do my work too. So I found ways to kind of integrate it with my life anyway. Let's be honest. I'd be reading half of these things anyway. I want to know what's happening anyway. I want to cover these stories anyway. I want to know what's going on with the Britney Spears conservatorship and Jen Shaw going to prison for fraud. I want to know anyway.
Now, it's International Women's Day. I know somebody's out there watching going, I'm a district attorney. I'm in law school. I want to go to law school and I'd love to be a legal commentator. What would you tell them?
Work first. Don't just be a legal commentator. You need experience to bring understanding to how things work. If you are thinking about going to law school, go. Law school needs more diversity in backgrounds, how people, where people are from in the country, race, gender, even though women are now outpacing men in law, which I think is great because I find that oftentimes women are able to reach agreement in a way that is different than the way men negotiate things, which is fine, though I think that is also partly generational and is changing. But do it. Even if you're like, oh, well, I was a computer science major. There's room in the law. Oh, well, I wanted to major in social media management. There is still room in the law for you. I am neurodivergent, dyslexic, ADHD, and I changed careers in my 40s. Like, if you want to do it, just make it happen. You can do it.
You want to do it, just make it happen.
Just
Let me ask you, if you the queen of the law nerds, if you weren't doing what you do right now today, and you still were not district attorney, assistant district attorney anymore, what would you be doing? What would you be doing? What does Emily love to do when nobody knows?
I would probably be doing more archery. I love competitive archery. Bows and arrows.
How did I not know this?
I swear we've talked about this. I'll show you pictures next time we're together. We'll go. You know what? There's a great place in Vegas. We can go shoot together next time I'm in Vegas.
Get out. I've always wanted. Okay, see, this is why I love this woman. She's
we'll
always
go to Aces
a new
and Arrows.
surprise.
It's going to be fantastic. We'll have so much fun. So we'll go shoot bows and arrows, but I love archery, but I don't think I would have found archery if I wasn't doing what I'm doing now. Cause my oldest is like, we need a hobby. I'm like, I do need a hobby. I can't just work all the time. And he was the one who really encouraged me to come with him and join this sport that we can do together. So we can do it together. And I love that.
That's great. That's fantastic. What would you tell someone who wants to change careers? They're maybe not in legal, maybe they're a chef or they're a police officer, or their kids are just grown and now they've got time on their hands and they're trying to find their way. How would you direct them to finding their way?
Well, you're going to make mistakes. Know that it's not going to be perfect. And the first thing you do is probably not where you're going to land. And that's okay. Be up for the adventure. Like, embrace the spirit of adventure with switching what you're doing. Ask yourself how you want to spend your days. And I have found that leaning into the thing you're doing when you're procrastinating might be the right direction to lean in. Because when I was procrastinating doing other work, I was looking at, people.com and usweekly.com and seeing what was going on with celebrities and talking to people about the cast of the Jersey Shore way back in the day. So I realized that I had an interest and always have in pop culture, and there was room to bring the legal into it, because it's really just what I wanted to talk about with my friends anyway. And I've just expanded that friend group onto the internet with the Law Nerds. So ask yourself how you want to spend your day. And look at what you do when you're procrastinating other things. If you're like, God, I wish I had more time to go bake cookies, maybe that's what the thing is.
Ooh, and plus cookies are delicious. Okay, wait a minute.
Cookies are delicious. And not only that, but cookie content on the internet is like killing it right now. Like, cookie content on TikTok and Instagram Reels is smashing.
I might have to start baking cookies. Okay, so you came on to my show a year ago plus now, and
yeah,
we had
it was before my podcast was on video, and you yelled at me about it. You were like,
I did.
Love, what are you doing?
Exactly. All the law nerds, you can thank me now, because I'm the one that told her to, after she hangs up with me, get her butt somewhere and buy a camera.
Yeah, and make coffee mugs. Those were both
make coffee mugs.
So law nerds that love the coffee mugs, those are both Tigo's insistences.
There you go. There you go. I have to tell you, I've been watching you do your thing. I'm doing this marathon today. It's one day. But if there's something big going on in the field that you follow, that particular case, you can be on for hours at a time just going through it. How do you handle that? How do you keep your energy up? How do you keep focused?
I pick things that I like talking about, and I find that is what keeps me focused. I also enjoy live streaming because I like to interact with the law nerds. If I was just sitting and recording something, I would get bored and distracted. But I have, 3,000, 5,000 people there with me. You are going to be there with them and be like, we're getting through it together. There have been nights that we have been going through like 500-page documents. I'm like, we're going to do this, you guys. We've got this. We're going through it. And we have gone through hundreds and hundreds of pages of legal documents together and had that conversation. So it's kind of like being out with a large group and you're just chatting. And then you're like, oh, I should probably go to bed. That's what it is.
You know, people look up and they say, you're going to run into haters. You know, we all do. It's like the more you're out in front, the more haters you get. It's part of it. How do you handle that? Do you get the negative mail or anything like that? Do you
Oh, of
just
course I do.
ignore it, or do you just address it on your show and be like, look, it is what it is?
I think there's a difference between haters and valid concerns or criticisms.
Yeah.
Valid concerns, questions, criticisms, I will try to engage with. If somebody wants to have a conversation, like, I don't like that you said this, or maybe you came across like you were more on this side than that side covering this case, or why did you say that? I will have that conversation and engage in it. We all are learning and growing as humans, and that's one of the most amazing things about being human. We should learn and grow. But if it's just haters, like your face and your voice are annoying, I'm just like, okay, I'm not for you. Don't watch. It's just like, I don't listen to music I don't like and then complain like, this music is the worst. I hate it. It's not for me. I'm not for everyone. And I don't want to be for everyone. I want to be for the law nerds, and the people who aren't here for the community I'm creating are free to find a spot that is good for them. So I'm sorry if I take up space in their brain. I really don't want to. If you don't like me, it's okay. You can go. You're free. You're free to make your own choices.
You guys, you leave Emily alone. She's family. You have any problems, you let me know.
Whenever you're on the internet, there are going to be people who don't understand you or don't want to. And that's more of a reflection where they are. If a lot of the law nerds are like, girl, why did you do this? Then it's time to have a conversation with my community about a case I covered or didn't cover, or why I covered something the way I did. And that's a valid conversation. So I try to parse the two. Some of the haters are just funny. I got somebody who was complaining about my chest on Twitter and the fact that I had like a tank top on and like a zip up, and you could see that I had cleavage, and it was the most hilarious conversation. And I shared it on Twitter, and I'm like, I don't normally answer these things, but as a female streamer, I hate to break it to you all, but I actually do have boobs. Like I have them. They are there on my chest. They change height a little bit with age, but they're there. And we had a really good conversation about people trying to attack female streamers by their body or wearing makeup or not wearing makeup. And I thought we had a really great conversation. Some of it was hilarious, and some of it was just like, what is this? Why do you feel the need to attack the way I look? If you don't like something I said, then come with a better argument. So, and we had a great conversation over that too.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's just that they don't know what to do with their time, so they're just picking on whatever. Before I let you get out of the hot seat, because unfortunately I'm running out of time again. Before I let you get out of the hot
seat, things very short, and the law nerds are going to be like, Emily's never talked this little and actually stopped on time.
Not true, because you did a 1 minute YouTube. You did a 1 minute YouTube.
I've done a few YouTube shorts. They're very challenging for me. People are like, you should do reels every day. I'm like, do you know how hard it is to do anything in 30 seconds, please? Or 60? Like, Twitter, TikTok added 10-minute videos. I'm like, okay, 10 minutes I can work with.
You and I have been kicking around ideas together to do some stuff together. And at some point our schedules are going to line up. And we're going to do it. And
Heavens are going to open up and sing. And we're going to be like, oh.
There it is. There it is. But until that time, I bug you. Every time I'm doing something, I got to call my Emily and say, hey, can you come out? Because you're so much fun and you have so much great information. But before I let you out of this hot seat, I have been wanting to ask this question for a year.
Okay.
Every time pretty nails. Every time, there's a big day, like you're about to cross 200,000 people as a subscription, the hair changes. Why does the hair change when something major happens in your life?
It started as a joke with the law nerds. First of all, I think hair changes for women particularly can mark something of significance, or like a coming of age or needing a change. Like when women start drastically changing their hair, something is going to happen. They are ready for it. But for me, I was joking on a live stream with my audience, like, don't worry, when we hit 100,000, we'll do something crazy and like dye my hair purple. And I kind of threw it out there and they're like, yes, we should. And so we're like, well, what do we do at 200,000? And we're like, galaxy hair. So I had always wanted to be able to do something more fun. I was in a very buttoned up profession for a very long time. And I feel like we get to embrace who we are. And, when I got into my 40s, I really stopped caring about what anybody else thought, much to my mother's disappointment. She's like, your hair is purple. I'm like, it is. And I love it. I feel like I should have been born with purple hair. I don't know what genetics would make that happen, but I'm disappointed that I was not. So somehow, Mom, this is probably your fault. But I love it. And it just felt like the ultimate, like, I'm going to be the person who I am. I'm going to be in my 40s. I'm going to be on the internet. I am going to have a law degree and 15 years experience and purple hair and tattoos and use curse words. And it's going to be great. And you know what? I've got a community around me that is like, yes, we are here for all of that. You be you, we'll be us. And let's all have a conversation about the law.
You're amazing. You know,
You're amazing. I miss you.
I love you too. And you were one of our honorees for the Now Honors last year. I thank you for that. You know, it's coming up. We moved to October. I'm crossing my fingers. I believe you said we could get you in the schedule and you could come.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to be here and be a part of it live. Then we're going to be actually on stage and having a good time. And yes, for all the law nerds, we'll figure out a way, because this is live and in person.
Yep.
But we're recording it. We're a production company. We'll figure out a way for you to see Emily on our stage. We'll make that happen. Yeah, because I don't want the hate mail of, why did you do that if we can't see her? So I'm so happy that you agreed to come out. You're always, whenever I call, you come, and that is absolutely amazing.
You are one of my people. I adore you. I appreciate you. And if you're like, Emily, let's do this. If I can make it happen, I am so down, which is why anytime I'm going to be through Vegas, I'm like, are you free? Can we have steak? And then we sit and talk for like 4 hours, and it's the best.
And caviar, because you introduced me to caviar. I was like, oh my God, my mother's somewhere going, what are you doing?
we had, what else did we have? We had carpaccio too. That was fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing. Before I let you go, I got to ask you, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
You know, it's so funny because I was in such a male-dominated career. There's an understanding among women that is unspoken. And I don't know if men have that too, but there is a really amazing, supportive sisterhood when you find women who are your people. And that is something that's super important to me. I also think reminding people that you can be who you want to be, and don't let the norms guide you, because I did some of that growing up, like, oh, women don't do this, women don't do this. And I'm not here for it anymore. And I love that we're in 2022 and things aren't so limited that way anymore. So I think it's something to keep celebrating. And it's a really powerful thing. The conversations and the confidence among women is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
All right, my friend, we got to carve out a time, maybe next month or something, that we can just get on and go for as long as both of us can go. Ooh, that could be forever. We could be there forever. We're going to have a limit.
You're streaming an entire day. We'll have to put some bumpers around it.
Yeah, we'll have to put
just
some
bring
bumpers.
booze on and get to the point where we just can't anymore. And then that'll work too.
We picked up tequila in Mexico while we were there. This could be interesting.
We got some whiskey. It's been a while since we drink the stream. We should just have a chitty chat. But I know you've got wonderful and amazing guests coming up, and I don't want to take over your time. So
I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for carving out the time today. Enjoy the rest of International Women's Day, because you are a fantastic person and an amazing
Thank you for
woman.
doing what you do, and thank you for the light that you bring to the internet. I appreciate you so much, and I will see you soon.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. Thank you for buying cameras and going live. I appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Always.
Emmett, do you want to play with me? Yeah, I can't play right now. I'm doing show notes.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. That was my buddy Emily Baker. And now coming up next is my new friend. I met her through Prosperity Camp, I believe, but of course, she's a Greg Reed connection, and I appreciate him ever so much. Phyllis, are you out there?
Sure, I'm Teresa. How are you?
Nice to see you. I'm great. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. You know, it's so great. I love that you said a new friend, because we met each other a very short time ago. But it's that orbit of people, and I love what Emily said about finding this group of people, group of women who support each other. I certainly found that. I mean, Greg Reed's Secret Knock event is fantastic, and through that I've met so many wonderful people, including you. And so this is really a phenomenal opportunity. Thanks.
I appreciate you being here. Now, you are the ambassador of Aging Life Management. What does that mean?
Good question. So, I would say that I've evolved over the past few years, and kind of came to that way of looking at myself more recently. I started out really wanting to just help families advocate for better care for their loved ones. I come from the nursing home space. Many people know that. I've worked in over 50 nursing homes as a speech and language pathologist, but I've evolved and realized that there's a lot more. It's much more encompassing than, helping people find the right situation for their care needs. It's also about embracing yourself as an elder. And it's also about mindful longevity and making choices so that you can live longer, healthfully and gracefully. So I think it's a whole management approach that we need as we continue to age.
So what is the meaning behind a mindful longevity plan? I mean, I'm 58. I know I need to start planning things and getting things going. What does that mean? Because as people, I'm at the end of the baby boomers. The boomers are turning 65, thousands every day.
10,000 every single day from now until 2034. That's quite a number.
Wow. So what does that mean to plan? What are you asking us to plan?
So it's about really making conscious choices. So if you're not making conscious choices to live healthfully, right, you're kind of surrendering to that whole process and just letting it happen to you. So mindful longevity is, obviously people want longevity, right? Because if you ask that, the alternative is not something that people are desiring. So it's about really self-awareness and making conscious choices. So that's all about mindfulness, right? So it's mindful longevity. So to develop your mindful longevity plan, you have to be self-aware, start from within. The time to begin is now. It doesn't matter what age you are, but the likelihood of you living a longer life healthfully is if you're making better choices at whatever point you are.
When you, as someone who took care of their parents when they got older, I took care of them until they passed. When you're a younger person and you're in that position where the parent, the mom, the dad are starting to age and they're starting to, not be able to do all the things they could do before, where does that person go to find information to help mom and dad? Do you know?
That's a great question. So there are a lot of resources out there. I mean, people could go online. They could go to AARP. They could go to various websites. What I say that I like to say that I bring that's unique is the fact that I have worked in so many of these nursing homes that I bring a different perspective and a different way of people looking at the information. It's not just asking questions and getting answers, but understanding why you're asking those questions and what answers should you be getting. And if you're not getting those answers, what are the next questions? So unless you really have really the information from a unique perspective, it's harder to make those choices. And we know that people are having difficulty making those choices. People don't want to move, obviously, their loved one or themselves into a nursing home or into an assisted living situation. And there are many other opportunities out there, many other ways of living and communities. There's something called, I'm working on this film. Can I just talk about it for a second?
Sure.
Okay. So I have this vision to make this film about elder wisdom and wise leadership. And it's based on 2 books by Dr. Bill Thomas, In the Arms of Elders and Tribes of Eden. And he describes this community in these books. And the name of it is Kalimos, which means beautiful. And he actually is creating Kalimos communities for people to live in a way that are more like neighborhoods, where people really care for each other and about each other and help each other. And there's so much less of that now, and so much more of that is needed, that there are so many choices out there that people don't even know about. I spoke to a woman a few weeks ago who's transforming boutique hotels into living arrangements where people can live with each other but independently, but they can't necessarily live on their own in the community. So I think there are lots of opportunities out there and different ways of living as people advance in age. And you could Google them, you could seek out people who can help you, but there are a lot of opportunities out there, more than people think. I believe.
Now, in your bio, you talk about aging healthfully. What does that mean, aging healthfully?
Well, I would say that's part of this whole mindful longevity, making choices, not only where you live, but how you live, and understanding the components of a healthful life. I was just listening to something on TV the other day, and they were saying that, which is also part of mindful longevity and living healthfully, is people don't know the components. Sleep is an important component of a healthy lifestyle. It's not only eating choices, it's also connectedness, having a social network, having communities that you can be part of, having purposeful life, how to manage your stress. It's all really part of that. And that contributes to a healthy lifestyle. Now, of course, there are things that happen to us that are beyond our control, no matter how many wonderful, things you do for yourself. But the reality is, obviously, the odds are more in your favor if you're making those choices that can contribute to a more healthy lifestyle.
Okay. You have a podcast, correct?
I do have a podcast.
What's your podcast?
Seniors Straight Talk, bringing informative conversations to the senior years of our lives. It's on the Voice America Empowerment Channel, and it's syndicated on the Voice America Influencers Channel. I've been doing it, I think, and I'm doing it close to 3 years, and really love it. And from that, I really want to pivot to a television show. And you and I have talked about that.
And we have talked about that, because I've seen you everywhere.
Oh, I think I lost you.
No, I'm here.
I lost my
Can you hear
sound
me?
here.
Can you hear me? I can hear
What
you.
happened?
Can
I
you hear
lost my
me?
sound, Teresa.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
I lost
Hello?
my sound.
Uh-oh.
What happened to my sound?
I think we're gonna. Well, I guess Phyllis has lost her sound. So we're going to thank Phyllis for being on and being a guest today. She's amazing. You guys go check her out. You know how to find her. Go to tgodirect.com, type in Phyllis, and you will definitely find her. As for right now, you guys sit right there, because we'll be right back.
Hey mate, do you want to play with me? Yeah, I can't play right now. I'm doing show notes.
Hey, welcome back. I'm sorry we lost the sound with Phyllis, but we will have her come back on the show at a later date. We're going to move on to our next guest and stay on schedule because my Hong Kong buddy is here. I didn't know it. She didn't know it, but we both love Hong Kong and we're good friends now. Catherine is in the room. Hey, Catherine, how are you?
Hey there. Great. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Oh my goodness. You look amazing.
Thank you.
You just came from a vacation. Were you on vacation?
Well, I was in San Francisco, but it was work.
Oh, it was work.
But sometimes just moving around makes it feel like a vacation.
You look amazing. I'm so glad you could be here. We met at a couple of events now. We've run into each other and you mentioned Hong Kong and I said, hey, that was my second home for a while. I love Hong Kong. And we just started talking about that. How's things back in our second home of Hong Kong? Do you think you're going to get to go home again anytime soon?
Oh, it's so great. I mean, it's such a small world. I could not believe that you and I had Hong Kong in common, and that you were doing things at the Clearwater Bay Film Studio, I believe, which is literally like a stone's throw from our home in Clearwater Bay. Hello. I mean, it was just a matter of time before we were going to meet each other.
And see, if I had known, I would have come by and we would have had coffee there. You know, it's like,
I would love that. I would love that.
We have to go meet across the pond that way, not England, but Hong Kong really soon. Now that things seem to be getting better. I hope
so. I know that, you know, we each have a deep love in our heart for Hong Kong. And so a shout out to everybody there who's going through what feels like the worst wave, believe it or not, for Hong Kong is right now. And so just love and blessings and showering the community there with the support from us who feel a little bit further down the line, because I guess that wave hit us faster since we didn't have the no COVID sort of COVID-free policy that Hong Kong has had for so long. And it appeared that, bless the, you know, that community, they had nothing until now. So it's rough right now. It's rough, but Hong Kong's resilient and they're going to get through it.
Yeah, you and I can sit here and talk about Hong Kong all day, but you know, everybody else is going, yeah, but what else does she do? So let's talk about what else you do, because, you know, other than traveling and looking amazing, you actually have programs. You are, you know, a TEDx talk speaker multiple times. You're on stages. You've been on several television shows over the years. Let's talk about what your specialty is and why did you choose it?
Thank you so much. So the Conscious Parenting Revolution is my passion. And it's to really bring, well, I can, at least in my little way, the paradigm shift that I believe is necessary for parents to begin to see children as people too. So that those behaviors that we want to come down hard on, we're able to see them instead as the tragic expression of an unmet need. And that paradigm shift to seeing those quote unquote bad behaviors as the expressions of unmet needs opens up so many possibilities for compassion and empathy that kind of spring forth when you see someone suffering rather than being badly behaved. So this is a real paradigm shift in parenting, where the authoritarian behavioralist, because I said so, because I'm the mother, because I'm the father, because I have a position of power, you're supposed to do what I want. And that is an old paradigm. We know it activates retaliation, rebellion, and resistance, the proverbial 3 R's, and that we then spend 75% of our time managing the reaction to how we dealt with the initial problem. And that reaction, one of my TED Talks is The Rebellion is Here, We Created It, and We Can Solve It. And I focused on really looking at school shootings and recognizing that a lot of those kids that are acting out in these massively tragic ways, we can trace back to not having been seen, heard, and understood from their perspective. And just that ability to see past the surface behaviors that are usually socially unacceptable, and we want to judge them as horrible because they are horrible behaviors. And yet they are the expression of the unmet need. And if we focus on the source as opposed to the presenting problem, we move past the symptom into the source of the issue. And that shift in consciousness is going to be the change. It's going to make the difference.
So, you know, I come from old school. My parents raised me the old school way. I have grandchildren now that are 2.5, 7, and I believe 16 going on 30. He'll be 16 in a couple of months. How do I communicate with them? How do I get them to understand? Because I want to do it the way my parents did.
Yeah.
I told you to do it because I told you to do it. And that just doesn't work with my grandchildren.
Doesn't.
My grandchildren look at me and go, yeah, no, that's not happening.
It's not going to happen because
how do you do it when you're stuck in the old school way? How do you change your mind, change your life?
Yeah, well, here's an easy way. Would you ever say to me, do it because I said so?
No.
Of course not. So you would never do that with another adult.
Right.
So why do we think it's okay to do it with children? There's a power differential that's intrinsic. There's also a differential in terms of responsibility. Of course, as adults, there's a natural dependency that children will have on us. And we want them to be considerate, and we want them to be thoughtful, and we want them to have, you know, good values and to live lives filled with good deeds and to be citizens that contribute back to the planet. And we have all of these beautiful ideas that we hope for them. And we break down when we ourselves use a value that's inconsistent with the values that we want for them to have, which is not treating them with the same respect, consideration, and dialogue that we would with any other human being. If you wouldn't speak to me that way, you shouldn't speak to them that way. If you wouldn't speak to your mother that way, then why would you speak to a child that way? The minute we change our perspective and look at children as people too, what would naturally flow forth from us and how we would communicate will be different. I remember my daughter at 5 years old saying to me, "Mom, that lady would never have spoken to you that way." And it was such an extraordinary realization on her part that there was something about how that woman was communicating with her that indicated that she was looking down on her and that she didn't have the same regard for her as she did for an adult. It was a negative view of children. And Pia, God bless her, she was filled with, you know, integrity, honesty, and sharing was coming from that place within. And yet a lot of adults look at children and they think that they're trying to take advantage of them or being manipulative to get what they want, that there is all this negative perspective that we look at children with. And I don't even think we realize we're doing it because we don't really have an awareness of the negative view of children. Although we say things that indicate that when we look at their behavior, we look at it differently than we do in other adults.
So the question I have now is, especially we're quote unquote coming out of COVID. I personally don't know if we'll ever come out 100%, but we're trying. We're trying to make some differences, trying to get back to the new normal. And people are trying to make up for time they lost at work. They're working double time. They're trying to get everything back in place. Some things, those things are gone. You need to let it go. But their kids have become something on a to-do list to me. It's like, I've got to make sure that Billy gets the soccer practice. It's in my schedule. You know, how would you get somebody to understand that what you're saying, treat them like they would treat their best client, their best friend, an adult, and not just on the list, get in the car, let's go. What would you say to them?
So great. I'd say, you know, take a breath, right? Take a breath, pause, and remember why we had children to begin with. And all those things that are inconvenient, that get in the way of our to-do lists, that get in the way of us getting to the next thing and checking it off and being productive. If we imagine what joy there is in the fact that we got blessed to have children, not everyone who wants them gets them. And yet we did. And so we have this beautiful relationship that we get to cultivate with our children. And I know for me, I've been one of those people who's been checking the list and, just getting it done and like getting everybody where they need to be on time and, all of that stuff and going through the list. And I know I've had this shift. And I even remember my daughter saying, because she was finishing her last semester at USC here on the sofa at this house because of COVID. Ooh. And her boyfriend was here too, because he was finishing his first year of med school. And he was doing it here at this house as well. So it was so fun. We got to have them around. And Pia would say things to me like, Mom, we're all going to have dinner now. Would you stop working and come join us? And I thought to myself, wow, it's so true. We can get so caught up in our to-do list and being busy and productive and all that kind of stuff. And we might look back on our lives and say, oh my God, I missed that chance. I'm not going to miss those chances anymore. My daughter got in today. I'm going to celebrate, it's International Women's Day. And my daughter just learned that she's been accepted into the PhD program in clinical psychology at
awesome.
Northwestern University. And she also got word from CU Boulder that she was their unanimously number one pick for their PhD program at CU Boulder.
Wow.
So now she's got this big decision to make where she's going to go. And I'm just celebrating, and I'm going to go to Chicago and meet her this weekend. And I'm going to go to Northwestern and tour the campus next week. And then we're going to come back here and go up to Boulder, and I'm going to soak up every minute that I have.
Well, Chicago's my home. You're going to love Northwestern. It's an amazing campus. It's an amazing campus. You're going to love it. Congratulations.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Born in Gary, Indiana, raised in Chicago. That's home for me. But
terrific.
Before people send me hate mail, let's tell them about your program and how they can connect with you and what you're offering to help them, because they've got, a 16-year-old going on 32 and they're going, I'm 2 inches away from locking them out the door. I'm telling you, I'm 2 inches away. So how do your programs work, and how would they get connected with you for your programs?
Thank you. Yes. So I have a 90-day parenting reset. And the 90-day parenting reset is an opportunity for parents to reboot their relationship with their kids. And it's great. I have people in the training program who have kids who are actually as young as 5 and as old as 27. So there's kind of right now, at least, and it's always changing because people come and go into the program. But essentially what I offer is the COVID version was that I got to go online. And that's been wonderful because I have people who tune in from Dubai. I have people who tune in from Hong Kong and Los Angeles and Denver and all over the world. And we all come together on Monday nights when I do my coaching at 6 p.m. Pacific time. And then in between each Monday night coaching call, they go into the landing page where the 90-day parenting reset training videos are. And that's where every week there are 2 or 3 training videos for half an hour, 20 to 25 pages of reading and workbook exercises. And that's the self-study part. And then they come into the group calls and they get the coaching. And I work together with a pediatrician as well. And then she'll meet with them separately for half an hour every month. And then they get some personal time with me as well. So it's that combination of one-on-one, group coaching, self-study. And I think it's the best program I've ever had. And it's one of the great birthing processes of COVID is that we're forced to do things that we wanted to do for years. For years, I had people say to me, if this was online, my sister in New York could take it with me. If this were online, people in other places in the world could do this with me. And in any event, for 20 years, I just kept doing it in person in Hong Kong, mostly in schools, to parent communities that, schools would invite me as the back to school night guest speaker. And I would talk about, okay, what are the disadvantages of using rewards and punishments? Because it's what everybody does. Yeah. And I get to talk about, the problem with getting people to change their behavior because of what you're going to do to them is that it gets them focusing on this thing you're going to do, the goodie they're going to get, or the thing they're going to suffer, as opposed to really beginning to understand, like, what is it about my behavior that is upsetting to the other person, and how can I be considerate of other people's needs? So inadvertently, people are focusing their children's minds not on being considerate of others, but focusing even more on themselves and what am I going to get or happen to me?
Amazing. I've got to have you come back on the show. I know you're going to do that, and we've got other projects coming up together. So they're going to see us hang out a little bit. We're going to hang out.
I love that. Yes.
And everybody out there, if you guys want to find out more about Catherine, more about her programs, you know what to do. Go to Tigo Direct, type in Catherine, and you will see her profile. You will see a little box that you can send her a message. It'll get to her inbox, and she'll reach back out to you, and you can find out more about her programs and everything that she's doing and what stages she'll be on next, because you just never know when you talk with Catherine. One day she's in Hong Kong, the next day she's in New York City, but she's amazing. Catherine, you are the best. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so
and
much.
This little bit of time with
It's
us.
so great to be here. Love it.
You're amazing. Thank you.
You are too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, welcome back. Are you guys still with me? Like, my eyes are getting lower and lower and lower, but we're still going. We still got amazing people coming up. And one of the most amazing people are coming up next. Dr. Natalie is here. We're going to talk about technology. She's an author, so much stuff. Dr. Natalie, are you out there?
I am. Hi, how you doing?
I am great. How are you?
Fantastic. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Before we dig into your profile, which, oh my goodness, when do you have the time? Your profile. What does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
I think it's a celebration of amazing people on the planet who are really motivated to see change in the world, and just a recognition of their accomplishments, who they are as people, who they are as human beings, and the things that they stand for, and the future that we all want to leave as a legacy. I think, if we could just gather all these women up into one little spot, which would be nearly impossible, and you're doing an amazing job today with gathering all together virtually. I really think that we need to think about that, the idea, if we had us all in a room, what could we accomplish and how much could we really change? And maybe it's forums like this that are going to be the way that we create that change. Because I think a lot of times women feel, we're by ourselves and we're kind of pushing the boulder up the hill. But I really think if we stand, side by side, hand in hand together, we could really make a difference.
Yeah.
Especially in some of the things that we've seen in the world lately. The time is now.
The time is now. It definitely is now. And I totally agree with you. My dad used to say, I march to a different drummer or a whole band. You march to your own band as well, because you're literally in both sides of the world. You're an entrepreneur, author on one side, and you're an executive and a CEO on another side. How do you balance out those two worlds? Because that's kind of yin and yang right there.
It is. I got lucky in the position that I have right now, because I kind of get to be the best of me, which is contributing to a company, helping them transform technology. Because at the end of the day, you look at how are we doing this today, right? Mm-hmm. Technology, right? And so it's this underlying thing since the beginning of time. You can think about fire and flint as the beginning of technology. If you take a look at the book, we actually look at from the beginning of time how technology every single century changes our lives. And I think, I got this opportunity to, help a company transform the way customers and employees are treated. and the technology underlying that, and then the opportunity, the agency to be able to take the things that I am so passionate about, and really cognate all of that and put it into one place, which ended up being, it manifested as a book, and now it's manifesting as speaking, and just all kinds of things are coming about. So I
That's
think,
amazing.
it's kind of like getting really clear in your mind about what you want. And then when the opportunity presents itself, be ready to step into it.
We keep talking about the company. Is it okay if I go ahead and say the company name so
Oh,
people
yeah.
know?
Yeah,
That's fine.
sure.
You're CEO of Genesis, and I'm a techie.
No. I'm not CEO. Tony Bates is the CEO.
So your title is?
I am an executive, let's call me Chief Empathy Officer.
Chief Empathy Officer. See, I can't say empathy very well. Chief Empathy Officer. But Genesis is amazing. I'm a tech geek. I program in 17 languages. When I'm not doing this, if you could see this room, there's computers all around me, and I get lost in technology. So meeting another woman that's in tech is just awesome, because when I was in school back in the day, it was me. And me. The rest was all guys. What made you decide to go into technology?
My dad took me to work. My dad was an engineer, and he kind of said, be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or don't come home. So as the oldest kid, you kind of like go through that, I want to please my dad phase. And he took me to work, and I went to the laboratory, and I was looking at metal, because it was a Ford Motor Company at the time. And it was just really cool, because I got to see with a high electron microscope, the ability to look at the structure of materials, and to really like see at an atomic level how they're structured. And then I got to think about, well, why is a tire a tire, and why is a bumper a bumper? Well, it's the properties that go behind that, and the molecular bonds. And anyways, what I just found it fascinating. And so I thought, what about going into a field where I could actually change the physics of materials? And that was kind of like the beginning of my ability to look at transformation and change.
Wow. So you sit there and you go, okay, because I've done that. I don't know how many times. I didn't go in that direction, but I've wondered how things are made and what exactly is inside, and you actually know what's in there. That's awesome. I got to tell you. But there are women out there that are watching this right now, or young women that maybe they're in high school, right now, that would love to do technology. They want to be a programmer. They want to be a scientist. They want to be an engineer. What would you tell them in 2022? Has it changed? Is it better? Or they have the same fight that I had and maybe you had?
I think there's a lot more women in fields like technology than there have ever been before. I would say that, it's really important your foundational years to pay attention to math, to science, right? To really get that foundation and get that confidence, and find other girls or other guys that you can hang out with that have the same passion. I really think that part of the struggle that I found was I felt isolated, because there just weren't a lot of people that I felt comfortable hanging with. And I think, as a tech person, sometimes you're a bit of an introvert. And so finding other people to hang with who have common interests is really, really important, because it's tough stuff, right? Thermodynamics, physics, like all that stuff. It's not an easy path. But what I can say is, even if, let's say, you did all that basic groundwork in high school or college, even if I've transitioned, so I'm in management now, right? But when I was coming up, I did engineering, but then I found, what? I'm a people person. I really like people, and I want to empower people, and I want to change how we interact. And so just because you start there doesn't mean that's where you're going to end up. And I think that's kind of the curiosity of life, is really looking at, you pick a direction, it really supports you. It gives you the foundation to think. Like, I think what I learned in engineering school was critical thinking skills, which have served me so well, no matter what I'm doing. And so I think it's just really, pay attention in school. I know it kind of sounds like I'm preaching, but pay attention in school, do your homework, read, listen to podcasts, listen to master's classes, and do, So when I was in college, I would do engineering by day, and then
Uh-huh.
I'd go across the street at the University of Michigan, and I would throw on the potter's wheel. And so that gave my right brain and my left brain stimulation. And I think that's really, that mix is what really gives you the ability to articulate your passion and to connect that right and left brain. So whether you went down the arts or whether you went down the science, or if you combine them, I think it's that combination that really makes a great way
So
to see the world.
a lot of people have, passion and drive, and they have this dream and they want to do it so bad, but they're so afraid of change. They're like, oh, they are terrified of change. Why do you think change is so hard?
Well, there's a little tiny piece in your brain called the amygdala, and it responds to fight or flight. So it looks at a situation, it says, oh, does that look like a lion, a tiger, or a bear? And sometimes our perception is not reality, and we think it is, right? And so one of the things I think is really important is learning how to identify your triggers. Because when you get triggered, when something triggers you, then all of a sudden you see reality in a different way because you're thinking from that primordial brain. And to be able to learn to recognize that trigger and then ask yourself, in this moment, am I okay? And the answer is yes. And then in the next second you say, am I okay? And the answer is yes. And then you realize that it's not as scary as you thought it was. And then have a plan B to kind of kick in those other parts of the brain that can do reasoning and problem solving. And, a lot of people don't talk about anxiety. They don't talk about the reality of what does it take to really be successful. And the truth is, it's scary. It's not easy. And I think that it's really important to talk about the emotional and mental aspects of what it takes to be successful.
You have so much going on in your life. You could fill up every day, every hour, I'm sure. Every moment could be full. What made you decide to also write a book, to be an author?
Well, when I met Tony, we had this shared passion about empathy and the ability to really transform the customer and the employee experience. And it seems like a little slice of life, but when you think about it, all of us are employees, right? We work somewhere, we work for someone, we work for ourselves. We are somehow generating in the world. And so what's really important is to really look at how are employees being treated? And we can see what's happened with the Great Resignation during COVID. I think it was this point in time where everybody went on pause or kind of on pause. And then we went, oh my gosh, is this what I want for my life? And if it's not, people said, I'm out of here. And then you look at the customer experience. We're all customers. We all buy, we shop, we return things. What is that experience? And when you talk to companies, they'll say, oh yeah, we're a great company. We won these awards. We treat our customers great. But if you ask employees and customers, they're going to tell you something completely different. And so I just thought, and what we were really looking at is what if, and this is where empathy comes in. Empathy means sitting in the seat of someone else and seeing the world from their point of view, and then taking action. So it's not sympathy. It's not like, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's actually sitting in the seat of that other person and seeing their perception of reality, and then saying, got it. Okay, what can I do? Right. And so I thought, what if I could change that? Right. And so what we're really aiming to do is to create a customer and employee respect movement in the book, and really look at when you change those things, what we realized is everything changes. Everything you do, every decision you make. And I've had these discussions with a lot of companies, leaders, and they're like, yeah, but we really got to worry about revenue. We got to worry about, being running a successful company. And I said, okay, if you have no employees, then there's nobody to create your products or services. And if you have no customers, there's nobody to buy them. So what are your two most important assets? Employees and customers. And yet I have failed to see a CFO that can say either one of them are on the balance sheet. So we're not valuing the two most important assets. And when you change that employee experience, it changes everything about the company: inclusion, diversity, teaming, productivity, innovation. And now you have a great company, right? And now you can create great products. And now you can go and you're naturally going to start to garner the most amazing customers who are going to be completely loyal. Well, guess what? You don't have attrition costs. You can keep the best talent. You can attract the best talent. And now you have customers who are with you for a lifetime. As a brand, you can't want anything more. So what I'm trying to tell people out there is, when you change the customer and employee experience, your company will be more successful. It is that simple.
Wow. You see, we need more time.
Okay,
We need
I can
more
talk to you
time.
forever.
I hope you'll come back on because we need more time. We're just touching on the tip of the information people need, because I've never heard anyone that's in corporate America, and you split your life between both sides, but in corporate America that even speaks about that. It's about the balance sheet, what you just said. That's all it's about. It's amazing. Okay, I hope you'll come back. We'll do a full interview. I think you're amazing. I'm so glad I got to meet you. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
You're amazing too. And thank you for the opportunity to share this amazing day. And I just feel really blessed that I got to meet you. Thank you.
And I feel blessed that I got to meet you as well. I can't wait till we have our next conversation. I thank you, Dr. Natalie, for just spending a few minutes with us. I hope you have a great rest of your International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and, of course, winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I want to take a minute before we go to our next guest and just point out something that I hope you guys are noticing. All of the people that are watching out there, this is International Women's Day. And other than my producer and business partner, Alan, there has been no males on the stage today. We are featuring women all day long, 29 women all day. And the one thing you'll notice, they're entrepreneurs, they're executives, they're investors, they're tech, they're crypto specialists. They understand finance. They're doing public speaking. They're working with the seniors. They're working with children. They're working all over the world in different fields that not too long ago in my lifetime was mainly male dominated. And now they're taking over the world. And this young lady coming up next, she is most definitely taking over the world. Jasmine's here. Hey, Jasmine, what's happening?
Hey, Chico. Great.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
That's awesome, man. I had the opportunity. I've been talking about Prosperity Campus Secret Knock all day. I had the opportunity to meet you. You actually came up to me at Secret Knock and said, hey, this is who I am. This is what I do.
And I was like, oh, very nice to meet you. We've been talking ever since. You know, you're an investor. You're an investor. How did you get into that? What made you decide to be an investor and invest in other businesses?
I was interested in like how the world works. Like my academic background is economics, pretty much just to understand how the world works and everything else. And I worked in the tech for 8 years. It's really interesting in the business. What I read every day is about business, about investment. And I was managing 100 million for a corporation. Then I realized I really want to invest for myself and also for the family like myself. So I started getting into angel investing in 2017. That's how I get started. Then I gradually moved to more institutional investment, worked in VC, then started my own fund, and I started doing my own deals.
Yeah, you say that like, you know, I went to the store, I picked up a couple of, you know, dozen eggs and decided to make a cake. How do you get into being an angel investor? Do you basically want to invest with like friends and family? Is there like organizations they should look into? If somebody says, you know what, I'm doing really well in crypto, I think I want to help an entrepreneur. How do you get started doing that?
At that time, I was working in the corporation in the tech industry, so I was always interested in the startup, how they build it, how they get started. So I attending a lot of like startup pitch competition. I go to those startup events, and sometimes I miss startup. I really like believe in like what the founder is talking about it, and I really want to support them. That's how I get started, by just investing like small checks, angel investing. Gradually, you know, learn more how to do better, how to be a better investor than writing bigger checks later on. Yeah.
She said bigger checks. So now you're a venture capitalist, VC. People don't know what it means. That's what it is. How did you make that transition from angel investor to VC? And what made you decide to do it?
Yeah, so, you know, working tech, interesting investment. I was managing money, so I understand the financial part of it, like, you know, financial modeling, etc., all those things. Then I say, hey, can I make a career in a VC? And soon I realized VC actually is a really small industry. It's not job creating industry. You know, even really, really big fund, they don't really have too much headcount. So, you know, from a non-traditional background, how I break into this world. So I invest my own money and also go to working for VC for free for 3 months and learn in and out and, you know, go through the entire process. Then I put my proposal up to the partners. Hey, this is how I can bring to the table. I can bring the deals, I can bring the money, and do fundraising, etc. Then he's like, yeah, if you can do all those things that you promised, you know, you have a job there. So that's what I did. And soon I realized, you know, in VC business, it's the deals and the money. If I can bring the both, I can start my own company. So that's pretty much it. I started last year. I started my own fund.
So if somebody is watching this and they're in high school and they love finance, they really get into, you know, the stock market, they're watching what's going on with crypto and all that kind of stuff. And they say, one day I want to be an investor. I want to be that person like Jasmine. What would you tell them to do? What's the path? What's the steps they should be taking?
I think the step is a baby step to understand how the money works and understand stock market is public market. So the VC is private market. VC and the private equity is all private market. And a lot of companies, they raise, because it's high risk, so they're not able to raise the money through traditional, like borrow money from bank or those traditional ways. That's how they, you know, borrow in the private sector, then go to public. So I think a baby step is really just understand how the money works and understand like what are you really good at it. And of course, just follow your passion. I know a lot of people are saying that. It's such a cliche, but it is true. Doing something you really enjoy to do, and there's even as an investor, there are many aspects of it. It's could be on the deal side. You're really good at talk to people, fund the deals, or could really good at raise a fund through fundraising process. You're really good at that, and just find a position you are comfortable doing with and enjoying doing with. Then find a career trajectory in that field. Yeah.
So now you're going into crypto, right? You're
Yes, I
now,
am.
now you're going into crypto. So what are your plans for crypto? I mean, is this just an extension of what you're already doing, or is this a whole new adventure?
And I think it's a whole new adventure for me. And I'm from like traditional investor, traditional VC field, and the crypto or Web3 right now, what they call it. It's a brand new, not necessarily brand new, but it's fairly new industry. And there's so many smart people and money go to those industry. That's what I put close attention to, where the smart people are and also where the money is. Where right now is a Web3 and crypto. Then I will look at the industry to where I can play, like the fundamental things. That's why I right now we are building some like high intensive condensed computing, which they call crypto mining, right? So that's what we are building right now. And because I see that it's a fundamental things needed to help the crypto, the blockchain network up running. And no matter the crypto price up and down, you always need a network. And it's just a matter of the profit. So if we can make a profit even in the bear market, they call it right now, the price, because the prices drop, and then we can have a really good run in the bull market.
So how are you balancing? Because you're a young woman and you have a young family. How are you balancing your family life with everything that's going on? Because you could be working 24 hours a day if you wanted to. How do you make that balance?
I like the quote, like you can have it all, but not at the same time. And that's why I prioritize things right now. Pretty much prioritizing family first, then of course health first. I always prioritize my health first, family, then career. And I give up a lot of things like watch TV. I don't have TV for 10 years, and give other things. Take a lot of time. So as I said, you can have all this not at the same time. So each time you just choose one or two things you focus on, then move to next. Like in my 20s, I love traveling. I spend a lot of time and money traveling around the world. I've been to like 40 countries because that's what I love to do. And after I have kids, then I decide I want to stay home more so I can spend more time with my kids. Then that's what I'm doing. I slow down my traveling and also, then focus on my business because I want that financial freedom for myself and for my families.
Well, before we're running out of time, but before I let you go, I got to ask you, what does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
International Women's Day really means woman can be other half of the sky. That's a Chinese saying. They always say, the world is yin and yang, is feminine power and masculine power. Women represent the feminine power part of it. And I think this world is primarily dominated by the masculine power. And I really want to emphasize or just say to challenge. It's not a challenge status quo. It's more like to balance out a little bit. There's a feminine part of feminine power and the masculine power. It's really just reimburse it, I should say. That's what a woman come to natural to us, the feminine power part of it. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you being a part of our lives. I mean, just walking up and talking to me that day. You're an amazing person. I love everything that you're doing, and I sure can't wait to see what's coming up next. You are the best. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, can you hear me? Alan, can you hear me? I had to switch headsets. Okay, great. All right, welcome back. I had to switch headsets, so you probably were sitting here watching me just nod my head up and down. Coming up next is Marilyn. We're going to talk about, renewable energy, the importance of science. It's a theme right now this afternoon. We're about to go even further in. Marilyn, are you out there?
I am. Hi. So glad
Hi,
to be here.
so glad to have you. Thank you so much for agreeing to be a guest and waiting for us. We might be a couple of minutes behind, but I think we're pretty close to on time. You are amazing. The importance of science? What does that mean to you?
It means hope about our future. It means making progress. And it also means understanding things that we're just plain curious about in the world around us. So science to me means getting answers and making progress. My own background is in economics, and I really see the potential in science to introduce new technologies to change our future.
What do you think science means for women today and women in the future? Will it help?
I think it will definitely help women and probably all living things on our planet. The more we understand about our ecosphere that we're living on, the better we're going to be for ourselves and for all living things that we share this planet with. So
Math, see, I read your bio and I know that you're a philanthropist, and math and science is huge for you. You could have chosen any field anywhere in the world. Why math? Why science?
I think because I like answers. I like things that are true or false. It's, we could debate a lot of topics. If, you're in the humanities or politics or even education is so debated. But I like math and science. You go, you do the experiments, you prove things, and hopefully you use it to do good and make the world a better place.
What is let me say this again. What is IHES? What does that mean and what is it to you?
IHES is the Institut des Hautes Études Scientifiques. And it is a math research institute right outside of Paris in France. And at IHES are some of the world's most incredible research mathematicians. And I've been involved with IHES for many years because our foundation just tries to support the very best researchers. And they're out there pushing the frontiers of our knowledge in math and science. One thing about math in particular, you notice there's no Nobel Prize in math. Sometimes, you don't get results that impact the world immediately. But coming from a research background, I have my PhD, and my husband was a research mathematician. I understand that to make an investment for future generations. So,
I was a math major when I was in school back in the day, and that's what got me into computer programming. And I was talking about it earlier. I still program. I program in 17 languages. And when I'm not on a camera or behind a camera, I'm in front of multiple computers going, what can we create next? So I was so excited when I read your bio and I heard that you were going to be a guest, because I'm going, finally, because in my day, when I was growing up, I just mentioned it, I'm in a class for programming for, advanced algebra or trigonometry or what, and it's me and maybe one other female, or just me in that room, and we get hassled from the guys because, why are you here? What are you doing here? This is the guys' world. It is so great to see not only those days seem to be gone, thank goodness, and wonderful people like you are making sure that others, the next generations that are coming up, will never see days like that, and they can just pick and go.
learn, do, and be. And that's amazing. I want to thank you for that. That's fantastic.
Well, I had a funny experience. For me, studying economics, there was usually only one other girl in my class. But growing up, I went to an all-girls Catholic school from the time I was 8 till I was 18. So I never got to be with boys. So when I got to college and I was in class with all boys, I thought, wow, the world's averaging out. So I kind of embraced the opportunity to finally get to know the world of boys and men. I never had a male teacher before. So,
wow.
But I know that isn't everybody's experience. It's just a comical one about my background. But it is nice to have people who are like you in your class, but also it's wonderful to be with people who show you other parts of the world and other ways to look at things. And when I was an economics student, I remember looking around the room one day and thinking to myself, wow, I'm not like anybody else here. And then I had a second thought. Well, I guess we all love economics. And then I felt like everybody else. So I just got to really like everybody else coming from different backgrounds and different experiences. And I think we all grow by mixing it up and learning from other people's life experiences.
People are out there watching. A young person is probably, quite a few young people are probably watching, young girls, and they've got they love science, they love technology, they love math, but they're even getting discouraged by their family. That's not something you want to do. That's not the direction you want to go in. What would you tell those young women that are really dreaming of being, that next great scientist? What would you say to them?
So I would say to them, I know how you feel. Like when I was growing up, everyone in my family was a bricklayer. And when I was going on to get my PhD, all I ever heard was, when are you going to be done with school and get a job? I did work my way through school, but my family didn't really understand my pension. So I just loved it and I pursued it and I kept with it. But I'd also like to say that seek out a mentor, seek out somebody who will encourage you and support you. I myself, I do some mentoring of young women, and I was lucky myself. I had people who encouraged me. So I like to say to the older women out there in the audience, give some encouragement to somebody else. And also to men who might be watching, you change a life when you open up a world to somebody and let them know that there are opportunities out there. I was fortunate. The chairman of my department said to me, why aren't you in the PhD program? And it hadn't really occurred to me. So I think that we who are older, who have gone, in new places and new directions, like we have to get out there and give a word of encouragement to people who love it. They want to move ahead, and just let them know they can do it.
That's amazing. Now, before I let you go, I've got to ask you about renewable energies. I mean, I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. We've got like solar farms popping up everywhere here now. Where do you think this is going? I see electric cars coming up all over the place. What do you think the future holds?
I'm hoping for superconductivity. I'm hoping that we'll not only make products with clean technology and using solar energy, but that we'll be able to, through science, understand how to, transport energy distributed around the world through superconductivity. We're like pushing the boundaries of our knowledge, and hopefully we'll continue to make progress, and we'll not only, have solar energy cars, but we'll be using all kinds of clean energy to heat our homes, to turn on our lights. So I think that there are great things out there that will really impact our planet and help us be able to, survive as a species. We need to work on that.
Wow, I couldn't have said that better. What does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
So I think historically about all the women that contributed to making our lives what they are today. Especially here in America, I feel that I've been so fortunate to have opportunities and for education, for a very interesting career. And I think we have to also help the next generation of women and future generations of women keep pushing the boundaries of how women can become more and more participatory in the economy, in politics, in the world around us. And I know that we'll just be terrific contributors and make the world a better place to live.
Well, I'm going to tell you, my world's a better place by meeting you. You're an amazing woman. I thank you so much for your time today and your knowledge and just sharing. I hope we get another opportunity to speak again. You're fantastic, Marilyn. You are absolutely fantastic.
And I loved hearing about your own experience and with computer science. What an inspiration you are to so many people out there. So
thank you.
Thank you
so much. And thank you for being a guest on International Women's Day Marathon. You are the best.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You are too. Bye-bye.
Hey mate, do you want to play with me? Yeah, I can't play right now. I'm doing show notes.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and of course winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Now, I hope you guys have been enjoying this entire day. We've got a few more interviews to go, so don't go anywhere. And who's coming up next? Let's see. Ball of energy, speaker, author, all around just kind of fun to talk with. Maria's here. Maria, what's happening?
Hey, I'm here. Executive producer, CEO, impact investor.
Yeah, that was just on Tuesday.
I love what you're doing. This is so beautiful. I was listening in, and the energy and everything. It's just such it's so great to celebrate this. It just makes us stop and think about it. Yeah, we rule. We rock.
Yeah, we rock. And it's so many different like careers and journeys have been shared today, and it's all new. Not one person has said something basically traditional. It's like we're out there, we're in all walks of life, not just certain walks, and that's amazing for me. I love it. So let's dig in, let's talk about it. Raising over $10 million in funding, really? Huh? Excuse me?
Well, next year we'll be we're actively building a fund now, a self-generating fund. So that'll be in the 3, 6, 9 figure range. So it's gonna be awesome. You know what? I tell you what, it was so amazing. Yes, I've raised a lot of money for myself and others to move things forward. I love my money story was just, money was used as a tool, a power tool in my family. I had deserving issues, all that. And I remember when I started my first business, and I had always had a successful career in the corporate healthcare world. So it was corporate. I had budgets, I had team, right? I didn't have to deal with the money part. And I'll never forget when I started my first business in 1990, and it was a retail business. And I got stuck. We were growing so fast, the demand exceeded the capacity, and I needed capital. And I was like, it freaked me out, the thought of money or talking to people about money. And I thought that was so fascinating. And then after that, I just went on this journey of really understanding about money, how to receive it, how to, embrace it, be happy with my money. And now to me, money is it's a very spiritual tool. I just love to see it circulated into its highest and best use. So when you take that approach, it's a lot easier to bring it in.
So how did you get to that point where it wasn't something that overwhelmed you? Because I think that stops a lot of people. They don't want to ask for money. They don't want to spend money. And sometimes they don't think their services or their business or their offerings are worth money. How do you get past all that negative talk when it comes to money?
Well, a lot of it is about deserving, number one. So you have to get past the whole deservability issue, because honestly, if you're not letting money in, if you're not expanding your capacity to receive, as I call it, you're not letting money in, you're doing harm. I mean, you're not serving your clients, you're not serving the people that need it most. You're not able to, you're not building something, that's bigger than you. And that's the other thing. We have to think of the things that we're doing. If we're in service and we're creating something that's going to benefit others, that's bigger than us. So stop thinking of money like we have a tendency to think of, if I let money in, I'm kind of accumulating it. And no, that's not it. Just look at it as, one way to do it is to think of it as circulating through you into its highest and best use. So that's one way to let it in, because the money honestly is all around you. I always say, no matter what you think or heard in the media, the money hasn't left the planet. You're swimming in it. It's really around you. You have the opportunity to, call it in. So if you're going to put out, if you're a giver and you're putting things out, you got to let it back in. It's got to circulate, otherwise you're just going to, it's going to wreak havoc in your life. But deservability is a big issue.
So there's, entrepreneurs out there, female entrepreneurs, it's International Women's Day, that are just getting started. And they're going, man, if I could just raise some funds to help me get over the next hump, to get through the next year, I'd be great. How do you get started in fundraising for your business?
Well, the first thing is make sure there has to be purpose for the money. You don't raise money because you need it. You raise money because there's a purpose for it. So get really clear on what the purpose is. Make sure, get your vision clear. Like, why are you doing what you're doing? Because if people don't feel your passion and your vision, that you're not going to bring in the money. The other thing is to have a plan together. Like, what if you raise $100,000? What are you going to do with the $100,000? How is it going to be returned? Have an understanding. And if you don't have an understanding of it, then ask for help. Work with people that can help you in figuring that out. You don't have to be a financial whiz. I'm not a financial person, but I know how to raise money. Like, I know my numbers enough to say, oh, this is a really good deal. Like, if we raise $5 million, it's going to help us create $100 million in the company. Wow. And that's actually what we're doing right now with one of our companies. And so I can really articulate that because my team has, we have the vision and we put together the plan, and this is what it's going to look like when we raise money. So I think you have to get clear on that, what the purposes of the money is. Money loves clarity, and surround yourself with the people that, if you don't know how to do it, get some support around that, because it's really critical. And then the next thing is there's other, I can't get into it now, but there's different strategies. Like, there's different money you bring in at different times. There's debt financing, there's equity financing. So you have to understand what kind of money that you need. And at any stage, even if you're starting up, no matter what, there's a source of funding for you. And it gets easier as you get more confident and you do things that are high purpose, and you're very clearly articulating your offer. Just like you make a sales offer, in your business, if you give me this is what I can deliver to you. It's the same thing when you're fundraising. So when you start getting clear and confident, the money will pour in, because the only way for people to make money is to actually, or investors to make money, is to invest their money. So people are always looking for opportunities. And that's why I would say there's plenty of money around you. You just have to get clear about it.
You have programs or have access to programs that have been helping startups, correct? What kind of programs do you guys create, distribute?
Well, right now I have some like bridge financing, personal loans. I can lead people into just some bridge financing opportunities. We also invest. I mean, I have my own fund. My partner and I have built a fund, and so we invest in a number of initiatives. Not everyone is. We have a certain criteria, and it's only open at certain times of the year when we're looking at projects. It's not for everybody. So I educate people. I point them in the right direction. I'm not doing it as much right now, although I am getting back to. I took a little sabbatical so I could build my fund and build our other companies. But I think this information and this is very important. So yes, I'm going to be putting out and sharing more about that. I have a book called The Money Hasn't Left the Planet, and that's coming out, and Love Yourself Rich is coming out, and you're just sharing more strategies of what works. So Teresa, it's the basic, get clear on what your vision is, have purpose for the money. If you need to raise money, just understand what you're using the money for, and then surround yourself with people that have either been there, done that, or really have a knowledge base of it. They can help you open doors. They can get clear on your offering.
You mentioned it. I was about to mention it next, but you put it out there. You got a book coming out, Love Yourself Rich. What is that book going to be about? Because I'm loving the title.
Well, it's Loving Yourself Rich. Love Yourself Rich is an acronym. It stands for, it's an acronym. It's a metaphor for life, a way of life. It's also the story, it's my story as well. But Rich R stands for expand your capacity to receive. And that's what we're talking about doing things that allow you to bring the money in. I think that's a big issue with women, is they give, but they don't allow it to come in. So there's some very clear things that you want to do on a regular basis. We're building $100 million fund. I had to be able to step into that amount. Like I had to do the work myself to be able to receive that much money, into our fund. That's a big amount to be a steward of. Is just igniting your passion, igniting your intentions. We don't do that enough. We put our energy into things that we're not really loving or where we should be focused. So I teach you how to focus on doing the things that you love, and C is consciously choosing. You got to get really clear on what you want. We stop living in default, start, declaring things. And H is asking for help and allow the how to happen. So I show people how to build teams of 3 to 5 people, how to build your own powerful advisory team or wisdom council, and surround yourself with the people that have been there, done that. A lot of people don't know how to ask for help or how to allow themselves to surround them. And once you have people around you that know what they're doing and they can support you, that opens doors to money. That opens doors to opportunity. It's really easy once you just get into that rhythm. And so you can apply this to money. You can apply it to love. You can apply it to anything in your life.
I'm so glad you could take a few minutes and come on and hang out with me. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
To me, it's like a stake in the ground. It's just a day that we get to just take stock in who we are as a women, a community, what we've accomplished. I think we're so powerful. I think we have the ability to rule the world and create peace on the planet. And I think it's a beautiful acknowledgement and celebration of who we are. And it reminds us, to just stop and breathe and look at that. So this is where I get to celebrate all my sisters. I celebrate you anyway, everyone, but it's to have a day is really beautiful. And by the way, Teresa, I didn't tell you also, if I would like to share, I have a little freebie download that may help people. It's 20 money boosts. And so if people go to zenmoneysolutions.com, they can download my free, just a free love letter on how to do 20 things that you can do to boost your attraction for money.
And if you guys didn't catch that web address, you know what to do. Go to Tigo Direct. Everybody is in there. Her profile's there. Type in Maria. We'll make sure that link is there so you can get to her offer and get to Maria. Send her a message. It'll get to her inbox. I promise. Maria, you are the best. I thank you so much for hanging out on International Women's Day. I know we are going to have many more conversations down the road. You are fantastic. I look forward to it as well. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on International Women's Day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and of course winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved.
Okay. All righty. People ask me about my polo shirts. People ask me about my jeans. And I tell you, you know what? This is just my style. Then I met this amazing woman that's coming up next, and she said, no, that's not your style. I'm going to show you your style. Sandra Falk. I like to call her Sandy. I like to call her cousin because our families are from the same town. Sandra is here, and she's changing my style. Hey, Sandra, are you out there?
Yes. Hi.
How are you? How are you? How are you?
I'm good. How are you? You are so crazy.
I am fantastic. I am
Yes,
crazy. But we
you
already
are
know that.
fantastic. Yeah.
How did you get into fashion? How did that happen?
Oh my gosh. My mother was a fashion maven back in the day. And I went to a private Catholic school. So of course everybody wore uniforms. And the only thing that you could do different was, wear a different pair of shoes, but everybody looked the same. And I just told myself, when I get out of, grade school, high school, I'm going to be a fashion designer. I'm going to make my own clothes because I just don't want to look like everybody else.
Wow. So
Yeah.
you decided that you're just going to create your own clothes. Now, you don't just get up one day. My mother was a seamstress. That's a lot of hard work, and it's very creative.
Yes.
What was the first thing you made? The very first thing you made?
Well, back in the day when you have, guests come, your parents always have, the good sheets that they're going to put on your bed and you have to sleep on the couch, right? So I got the bright idea that, well, you know what? I got needle and thread. So I took my mom's really good sheets and I ripped them up and I made myself this beautiful gown and I did a little fashion show in the living room for her and my dad. And my mom's like, well, that's really pretty. That's really nice. But where did you get that fabric from? I said, those were the guest sheets. Oh, I was in trouble for a long time. But she just thought that, here I have the wherewithal to create something and find useful materials to make, a really cool gown. And I just told her, I said, hey, I need you to, let's go find a sewing machine or something. Cause I just love the fact that I could look at something and then just make it. I was very visual at a young age, like about 13. I started just looking at other people's clothes and I could go back to my house and find materials that I had lying around and I could make clothes. So, yeah.
The first thing I want to say is, yes, behind me is a green screen and you see everybody's picture. That's what that is. Behind Sandy, or as we have to call her, Sandra, behind her, that is not a green screen. Okay, I'm going to just put her on full screen right now.
Oh my God.
That is not a green screen. Every piece behind you are pieces that you have designed, developed, and created, correct?
Yes.
So what's your specialty? I know you do wedding dresses.
I do.
And you made my tux for a recent event on Silenced Voices.
Yes, I did.
And everybody complimented me. They were shocked I was out of my jeans. I just want to put it out there. But what is your specialty? What do you love making?
I absolutely love to make dresses and anything cocktail evening wear. If I can put bells and whistles on it and make it look cohesive and beautiful and fluid and the client loves it, that's what I love to do. I can't, like I told my intern earlier today, I can't do anything simple.
Well, then there's me, and she only stretches me out so far. I can only go so wild, I got to tell you. But if somebody's watching right now and they're going, she's talking to me. I just got my first sewing machine. I've always wanted to design clothes. How would you tell them to get started? What's the first step?
The first step, I mean, if you really love fashion and you want to become a fashion designer, take sewing classes because that'll be the real test if you're going to last through class because you'll sew something up. Your instructor will come to you and say, oh, this is incorrect, that's incorrect. And you have to take the whole thing apart and start over again. If you can live through that and not cry and have a meltdown, you'll be well on your way because it's very stressful to work so hard on something and then to have to tear the whole thing apart because it's ill-fitting or the seams don't match or the if you use plaids or stripes and they don't match, you have to undo it all and start all over again. So you have to give yourself a little pep talk to work through it. Yeah.
So when is it time? When did you know that, okay, I'm done just making clothes for myself, for my family. It's time for me to start a business. When did you know you had, your skills had gone to that level?
When I saw mahogany for the first time, Diana Ross.
Ooh, you're going back. You're not old enough to know mahogany.
I know I am too. I am
You're
too.
going back.
I absolutely fell in love with this movie. And I said to myself, one day I'm going to make clothes for other people. They're going to love it. I'm going to, everything that I thought of, I'm going to put into my garments. I'm going to find the most, amazing trims that I can find. I would love to do fabric manipulation where you can change the fabric into something else. And then people think that it's trim and it's not. It's something that you've just, manually, manipulated with the fabrication. So, when I went to, I took sewing all through high school. Then I went to drove my sewing instructor crazy. I went to college and I was instructed by the most amazing German teacher. She was very, 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 very hard on you. And because she wanted you to make clothes for people that they're going to love. She said, just because it looks good on the outside, it needs to feel good on the inside. And if you can turn your garment inside out and wear it on the street, then you've done something good for your customer. So, yeah. So that's been my philosophy the whole time I've made clothes. I had no idea until 1996 that I was the way that I sew and design and make clothes was actually couture. When I took a whole collection to a show in New York City, and one of the instructors, they turned the stuff inside out. It was like, do you make all of your clothes this way? And I said, yes. He goes, oh, honey girl, this is couture. You didn't know that? And I said, no, I didn't actually. Yeah.
I love your stories. I come to your shop and listen to your stories. I just love your stories. Oh my goodness. See, they got me off track. Okay, back to the story at hand. If somebody is watching right now and they're going, okay, I love sewing. I totally agree with everything she said.
Mm-hmm.
But do I need to go to college? Should I go to fashion school? Or can I just be self-taught and be out there?
You can be self-taught. There are a lot of wonderful, amazing self-taught designers. I've got a lot of colleagues that are self-taught. So it's, if you have a passion for something, but I'll tell you, being instructed, you'll learn some other tools that you won't learn being self-taught. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it applies to almost any industry,
Exactly. Yeah.
Almost any industry. It applies to almost any industry. So when you sit up and look at someone like me walking in the door,
mm-hmm.
you have this gift of being the best of them. Because when I walked in the door and you said, oh, this, we're going this way and that way. And I said, oh, no, we're not. And you said, yes, we are. And this is how this will work. When did you know you had that gift to just be able to see the best?
Well, because, I always look for the best in people, and everybody already has an innate fashion style. They just haven't found it yet. There are things about clothes that they like. There are things about styles that they like, but a lot of people have a hard time putting them together or seeing the combination that will be, look best for them. And so, I've been working with clients for 30 something years, and it's, over time, you just have an innate sense to just pick up what the client is looking for. But listening is really where you get all the information. I listen after our conversations. I listen to your job, to your lifestyle, to the things that you like and what you do. So then I'm able to really hone in on what kind of fashion style to work with you on. Yeah.
What's the importance of, maybe you don't have a whole wardrobe,
mm-hmm.
that's custom designed by Sandra Falk. I would suggest you do. And people, I'm sure somebody somewhere, including my family members that are watching going, wait a minute, what? Because I have never been that fashion person. My mother was, but that was never me. And I totally agree. I have been taught by Sandra, this is what's going to happen. What would you tell somebody that is going, maybe I need to have a piece, or
just an outfit or something that is designed for me, what would you tell them? Should they? Is it important?
It's very important because I tell people, most of my clients, I tell them to dress for your body now. Bodies change. My body's changed since, I got out of college, and there are things that I like that I really shouldn't wear. But I dress for the size of my body now because you can always take things in. Even if you go to the store and you buy something off of the rack, it's not going to fit you the way that you need it to fit. Everything really and truly needs to be tailored to your figure. Everybody's figure is completely different. So, and I tell people, if you clothing is an investment. It's an investment in you. It's an investment in your future. It's an investment in your career. So I try to give clients longevity in the things that I make for them. I want their jackets to last 15 or 20 years. I want their dresses to be something that will be in style 10 or 12 years from now. I don't make trendy kind of clothes. I'm a classic kind of designer. I want you to be able to say, oh, I have this black tie event. I can go to the closet and I can pull this black dress that she made me. I can get this nice little jacket, evening jacket that she made me, and then throw that back to a great pair of shoes and a handbag and some jewelry, and you're set. So, starting out, you'll need like basic things. You'll need a basic dress. You'll need a basic pair of pants that fit your body type, your hips, your curves, make sure that they're long enough for you, a jacket and a skirt. And then you can take all of those pieces and intertwine them with everything else that's already in your closet.
We're reaching women from all over the world, from all ages. What's the right age group? I mean, are you in your 20s, your 30s? When should you start thinking about having quality in your closet?
When you get out of college and you're looking for that first job, you have 30 seconds to make a first impression to somebody. And, people in the world are very, very visual. And so, yes, they are going to look at you based on how you look, how you present yourself. So, you can invest in your wardrobe right out of college.
Crystal Richardson is listening. She's actually going to be coming up a little bit down the road. And she even says, dress for your body now. I love it. I love it. She's out there. She's applauding you too. I told you, cuz you got this. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. If you were not a clothing designer, what would you be doing?
If I wasn't a clothing designer, I probably would have gone to culinary school because I love to cook. I love to cook. I get my passion for that from my mother. And yeah.
What's your favorite meal to cook?
What?
What's your favorite meal to cook?
I have a lot of favorite meals, but one of my favorite go-to dishes is a salmon dish that I make with shiitake mushrooms and sake. And then I make a killer mean asparagus shiitake risotto. So yeah.
Okay, so the next fitting is
to
at
come
your
to dinner
house. I got
sometime.
that. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say the next fitting is at your house. I get that. Okay, I understand. No problem. I want to ask you about weddings because I know people usually when they think of a designer, they think of weddings. You also do fittings. You help alter if the things are too big or not long enough or too long or whatever. Is that something that you're open to and people can reach out to you for and say, hey, I just need help with my wedding?
I do. The clients that come to me are people that have gone out to bridal stores. They've tried on different silhouettes, different style of dresses with lace, and they have something visually in mind and they physically can't find it. So once they've done that, if they still can't find a dress, they come to me and then I can actually sketch whatever it is that they're looking for. I have a huge library full of laces and bridal fabrics, and we're able to create their dream dress. Yes.
And what if you just said create their dream dress? So you can actually create the dresses, not the tuxes, if I remember correctly, not the tuxes for the men.
Not tuxes for men. I can do tuxes for women. Tuxes for men will give me another heart attack. So yeah, I've done that once, been there, did it. I actually lived through it. I will never do that again. Yeah. Staying in my wheelhouse. Yes.
Staying in your wheelhouse.
Yes.
You are located in Las Vegas. Do you mind telling everybody how they can get in touch with you, where your shop is? Because you have a physical shop.
I do have a physical studio. This is just a little showroom back here, but there's actually a huge workroom in the back where we do all of our pattern making. We do all of the cut and sew. Everything is done here locally. Our studio is located at 7450 West Cheyenne, Suite 112, Las Vegas, Nevada. You can check us out on our website, www.sandrafalkcouture.com. And, you know, if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer anything that I can.
Well, I thank you so much for coming on and hanging out. You guys already know, if you didn't catch it, go to Tigo Direct. Sandra's in there. Just go fill out the little box. It'll end up in her inbox and she'll reach out to you, because, you know, if she can get Tigo in a tuxedo that was custom made.
A few more things coming up for you too, lady.
I'm sorry?
I said there's a few more things coming up for you too.
Okay. Now that we said that, and before we close out, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
International Women's Day is it's remarkable for me to sit here in this chair to be celebrated with 8 other amazing people that I have like watched and listened to throughout the day. You know, historically, women have been secondary to men, but what I love is the evolution of us. We are formidable. We are strong. We are entrepreneurial spirited, and, you know, we can accomplish anything that we put our mind to. So, you know, it's an amazing day to celebrate the power of us. Yes.
Well, I thank you, my friend. I thank you, my cousin,
Yes.
for coming on, and also for just changing my fashion life. I have a feeling I'll never forget the day I met Sandra Falk. You are the best.
Thank you so much for having me, Teresa. I really, really I just enjoy your whole entire spirit. Love everything about you.
Love you too. I'll talk to you soon, and I'll be in for the fitting, apparently.
Yes, you will. I'll be hunting you down.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
I told you she was coming. I posted it on my social media. I shared it as much as I possibly could. She shared it too. The Pink Billionaire is in the house. JB, Owen, what's happening? I can't hear you. Are you muted?
I don't know. Is your team unmuted me?
Gotcha. We got you.
Hey, so happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Delighted. And it is just a joy to see the magic you're making happen today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, you have one of the busiest schedules next to mine I know of. And when I asked you, you said, of course, I will definitely be there. I thank you so much right now for just joining us today. And before we dig into Ignite and everything else that's going on in your world, I'm going to ask you right now, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Such a great question. Of course, I've been listening to you all day, talking to all the other ladies, but I have to be honest, it makes me think of my daughters. I'm so blessed to have 2 daughters, 14 and 17. And I think about them becoming women. I think about them stepping into their womanhood and really, what does it mean to be a woman? It has changed so much, you know, the role of women. Never before have we been given so many gifts to be so in our own power, in our own femininity. And so I really, really think about them and all the young girls and all the young women in the world who are just stepping into that blossoming beauty of who they are, fierce, fabulous, and feminine. Mm-hmm. And so that's what it means to me.
Wow. So when I think of you, I think powerhouse. Powerhouse. It seems like you're not scared to do anything. You know, bike cross country, no problem. Publish over 700 books, not a problem. That I can do that on Tuesday. You know, what keeps you going, keeps you driving forward every day?
It's such a good question, you know, and just like 2 days ago, I I actually started crying in front of my team because I said, I am so driven to do this. I am so driven to ignite humanity. God has just given me this assignment and I take it so seriously. And I know I work everyone hard and I know I have big expectations, but the truth is I really feel like now more than ever, we need to be coming together as humans, as people.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter where we live and where we're from and the color of our skin and all of that extra stuff. I'm so driven by the passion to know that we can absolutely care, appreciate, respect, value one another through this understanding of who we really are as human beings. And so I just get so driven by that. Now, to make that happen, it's got to be big. It's got to be bold. It's got to get people's attention. It's got to be outrageous. And I got to do it first because I can't ask anything of anyone else and I'm not willing to do myself. And so if I got to pave the way and plow the fields and move the snow and whatever has to happen, I'm going to do it because I want people to know if I can get there, they can get there and they can do it themselves.
Recently, you cycled hundreds of miles. Hundreds of
miles.
Thousands of miles.
Yeah, 6,400 kilometers, which is just under 5,000 miles.
Wow. What drove you to do that? You just got up one day and said, come on, honey, let's take a trip.
Yeah, well, so I had just turned 50. COVID was keeping us all locked in. People were telling me what I can and cannot do. And that was just like, are you kidding me? And at the same time, people were feeling like, well, that person's lucky and they're fortunate and they get to do it. And I was like, I'm going to show everyone. You can get up off the couch, with a little bit of extra COVID weight, 50 years old, never been an athlete, never exercised. And you just put one foot in front of the other and you make it happen. And yeah, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever done. I put my superhero cape on because every single day I had to show up and keep cycling and putting up with or dealing with or facing the hurdles and the obstacles and the detours and the roadblocks, which became really synonymous for life. We get roadblocks, detours, and potholes all the time. And there's beauty in each and every one of those things. And a roadblock is never a roadblock. It just like a no is never a no. A no means next option, baby. Next option is not a no.
I love that.
I love
that. Yeah, when you put that on a t-shirt, let me know I'm buying one. Yeah. I love that. I love that. So what's next? What are you doing another cycle trip? Is that just check the box, you're done?
No, so the first year we cycled 5,000 kilometers across Canada. Last year we cycled to the top of the world in Alaska, and of course, like who wouldn't want to figuratively go and physically go to the top of the world in Alaska? So we cycled 6,500 kilometers, and this year 8,600 kilometers. We're going to cycle coast to coast, and what I'm really up to is filming a documentary. I'm all about igniting humanity and really showing people how incredible this universe is. We cycle and we meet the coolest people. We bump into people. People invite us into their homes, feed us dinners, take us fishing, show us the coolest vistas and secret spots to go sightseeing. And it restores your faith in humanity because people are genuinely caring. They are giving. They are supporting. We have people honking their horns and cheering us on and donating to our charities. And I want to show that. So my big adventure this summer is filming this documentary about igniting humanity because my legacy this year is going to be about building schools and building 100 homes of hope in Indonesia for those people who have suffered the hurricane in 2019.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's why I say powerhouse, because, I have a whole list. I'm going to turn it around. Whole list of topics. Nowhere on there is building 100 homes. I'm just saying it changes every day. What made you decide that this is the next big challenge that you want to take on?
Yeah, I think we get to that point in our lives where, money's great. Thank you. Accolades. Thank you. Awards. Thank you. But really building legacy has become really the most important thing to me. I've got 4 kids. Obviously, I care about humanity and how can I create a legacy that's going to be here beyond me and it's going to impact people when I'm no longer around. And so we partnered with a company out of Indonesia, Classroom of Hope, and we started building classrooms. As a publishing house, we care about literacy. And so that means kids need classrooms. They can't be sitting on the dirt in the shade of a tree trying to learn, off of a makeshift blackboard. And so we got committed to building some schools, which we said to the organizers, like, how about let's build some homes? How about we build 100 homes, we build a school, we build a whole community. And of course, they got all excited. We got all excited. And so, yeah, we're off to the races doing that with our new book project, Keys to Crushing It.
Wow. Okay. You are also an author. It's like you're also an author. You find time for that. And you are helping authors all over the world get their message out, publish their books. How did you get into that field? What made you decide to do it? And what's next for that?
Well, thank you. I'm a 19-time international published author, and but
I'm tired just thinking about it.
Of your book, and I'm like, I want to get your book, T. I need to put my hand up and be like, I need a copy of your phenomenal book. But I think for many of us creative types or people who love to solve problems, writing stories and sharing your message in a story is super powerful. And I really believe that now more than ever, authenticity and vulnerability is the currency, just as much as collaboration is. Collaboration is the new currency. And so putting all of those together by creating books that are collaborative books with other authors or solo books, it really is about how do we tell our story? Because nobody wants to do business with a logo or with a 555 or a billboard. They want to do business with people, and people have stories. And the stories that you hear of people about tenacity and perseverance and all the things that they do, that's what makes you interested in them. That's what makes them differentiate. And so if we can tell our stories, if we can publish our stories, if we can share our stories, we can unite people, we can bring people together, we can have this common denominator. And that works in business, it works in relationships, it works in creating an environment and community. So I am all for publishing transformational, powerful personal stories.
So if someone is watching this right now, which I'm sure there's a few that are going, oh my goodness, she's who I've been looking for. I have this amazing book idea. I've got to get there. How do you start? And when do they contact you? Do they contact you when it's an idea or after it's written?
Well, I love to talk to people when it's an idea. So I take it from concept to completion, because really what I want to help my authors with is building their brand. See, a lot of authors will write their story and then, sometimes the books end up in the garage and nothing becomes of it. Fantastic book, but guess what? They didn't have a strategy. They didn't have a plan. I relate this to last year. I was on a great big diet, lost, 16 pounds. And as soon as it was my birthday and I had that birthday cake after I'd done all the work, guess what? I gained it back because I didn't have a plan after. So it's very, very similar. I help you build your brand. I help you build a strategy. What are the other things we're going to do with your book? Who's the target audience? What problem are we solving? What's the journey that your customer is going to go on? And so if you have a book idea, I love to talk to people right at the beginning because we want to build your brand along with your book. And we want to infuse your message into your book and into your story and into your self-help and into your memoir so that there's another plan. There's an exit plan. There's a monetization plan, because it's awesome to write a book if it's a bucket list, but it's even more enjoyable if it becomes a business and a mission and something that really changes lives.
Why is sharing your story so important? For you and for your authors.
Because it's you. The truth of the matter is I believe we all walk around with a little bit of skeletons in the closet, right? We don't want people to know that we were bankrupt or we were divorced or we were cheated on or we lost this, or we don't want people to know any of our falsities or our failures. And the truth is we all have them, but we walk around with them kind of trying to hide them, or we don't want anybody to know. The truth is when you liberate yourself and you're like, okay, I made this mistake, or okay, I walked this path, or okay, I made this decision. And then you realize that decision was actually filled with the silver lining. That had the golden nuggets in it. That was the thing that really actually made you become who you are. You want to share that as much as you possibly can, because that allows people to see if you can do it, they can do it. You can pull them forward in their own experience. And that's why telling your story is so important, because you liberate yourself of all the things you didn't want anybody to know. And what happens there, like, you went through that? I can relate. I love you for that. I appreciate you for that. I want to know more about that. And that brings people closer together. That's what we need now more than ever. You and I know it. People need to come together.
I've got to ask you, how do you get past the fear? Do you have fears?
Big pause. No, I'm never afraid of anything. The very first time I mentioned to my husband let's cycle across Canada. I'm going to tell everybody, I'm going to announce it on Facebook. He's like, what if you fail? And I had to stop because I think there's no fear because I don't believe in failure. Like I said to him, if I cycle 10 kilometers outside my house and that's as far as I got, like that's a success. If I get one client, if I publish one book, if I put one foot in front of the other, that's a success. And so fear comes from the fear of failure. And if you can wrap your mind around the fact that there is no failure, you don't fail if your business goes bankrupt, put my hand up. You don't fail if you end a marriage, put my hand up. It's not a failure. It's just that's the next evolution of you. And so I don't really feel fear because I don't feel anything as a failure. Even if I get a no, guess what it means? New opportunity.
I love it. I'm waiting for my t-shirt. Just send me the link. I'm waiting for my t-shirt. Before I let you get out of the hot seat, I've got to ask you this question. Why is it important to stand out and, create a legacy? Why is that so important to you?
Because you've got so many people watching you. And I would say the little people in your life. I mean, I look at my kids and they're watching me, and I look at my community and they're watching me. And I don't say they're watching me to see what I'm going to do. They're watching me because all of us need mentors. We need leaders, and we need permission. Because if I do it, it gives you permission to do it. If I'm holding back, then you're holding back. I have this thing called ambition shaming. There should be no such thing as ambition shaming, because if I'm living my best life, that means you get to live your best life, and everyone around us is living their best life. And so that's why it's so important. It gives everyone permission to do what they were called to do when they came here to do it. And there is no limitations. Go after it. Go get it. You got this. Go ignite your life.
Well, I got to tell everybody, if you want to reach her, if you want to reach JB Owen, don't just write her just to say hi. If you have a plan, if you're looking to be an author, if you're planning on cycling across America and you want to reach out to her, you know what to do. Go to Tigo Direct, look for JB Owen. Her profile will pop up. There's no fee to you. There's no fee to our guests. We just ask them. We put this together so it's easy for everybody to be found. Send her a message. I know she'll write you back because she wrote me back. I want to thank you so much for being a guest on the show. I swear you should be 10 feet tall. You are a giant in my world, and I can't wait for our next journey. This is going to be amazing.
You got it. I'm locking arms with you, girlfriend. Thank you, and many blessings to you and all your listeners. Take care and have a gorgeous day.
You too. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of International Women's Day. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, welcome back. We've got 2 more guests. So if you've been with me all day, you do not want to leave now, because the next woman that's coming up, one, she's going to talk about, the importance of getting your message out there. But 2, we had 29 women today on this show, and she's responsible for 10 of them being here. I want to thank Michelle for being here. Hey, Michelle, what's happening?
Hey, how are you? I'm so glad to be here.
I'm so glad to have you. And before we talk about anything else, not only thank you for connecting me with these amazing women, but what amazing women they are. Oh my goodness, you just expanded my world today. I thank you so much.
Well, you are so welcome. And I'm so proud to give you all those women, to connect you. That's one of the things that I do in life, is I connect people. So my pleasure, my pleasure.
You're an international publicist.
Yes.
And you're a PR specialist. Your team is fantastic. I sent out an email 3 minutes later, an answer comes back. I sit here and go, wow, that is unbelievable. How did you get in this field? What made you choose this field?
Well, actually, it's a funny story, true story. I worked myself through theater school and college for a publicist. But what had me look for that role was, do you remember that show Bewitched? when we were
Yeah, yeah,
kids.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
fascinated with Darren and the advertising. Remember, he had always those advertising campaigns,
There
and
were
I was
actually
like
two Darrens.
fixated, right? Depending on which season it was. And so I was really interested in advertising. And even though I went to theater school, I was like, I just want to see if I can't. I was in Chicago at DePaul University. And I was like, I want to see if I can't get a job at an advertising agency. Well, I wound up working for a publicist who was a former WGN producer, so a radio producer. And
Wow.
this was like back in 1989, 1990. And she showed me the ropes back when it was typewriters.
Yep.
We worked on typewriters.
IBM.
So I've literally seen PR transition from typewriters to Twitter. Yes, I'm that old. I'm 52 and I'm loving every minute of it. So
I'm right there with you. I've been talking about it all day. I'm 58 and I couldn't be prouder.
Right.
You know, to sit here and do this today at 58, 29 interviews, you feel it a little bit. I'm just going to say
just one more. Just hang in there, Tico. Just one more.
I'm hanging in. I'm probably going to sleep on the floor of the studio, but I am hanging in. So why is storytelling so important? Why is getting your message out so important in 2022?
Because we're human and that's how we communicate. We communicate in stories. So after I went to theater school, I then got my master's degree in human development. I did my thesis on the father of public relations and how it intersects, how PR intersects with our personal development. Fun fact, the father of PR, known as Edward Bernays, circa 1920-ish, is the nephew of Sigmund Freud. So
wow.
marketing, our desires, how we move, how we take action against, whether we're going to purchase something or whether we're going to get involved in something is definitely related to who we are as human beings. And I am really committed that we impact those stories because the stories that you consume you. Are you consuming great interviews? Are you consuming magazine articles and newspaper articles that lift you up or bring you down? Do you see those conversations as an opportunity to make a difference? That's what I'm about. And that's where you can then insert your story in the larger story of humanity. And there's a lot going on right now in 2022.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on ever since this little thing called COVID hit 2 years ago.
That's
We're
right.
about to go into the third year of this. With everything and all of the women that we've had the opportunity to, just share their stories today. Thank you again. When is it important to reach out to someone like you? Is it when you start your business or after you hit a certain, income level? When should you be concerned about publicists, PR, getting the message out, telling your story?
I think that I think it's when you're ready, when you get to the point where you can't do PR yourself. So PR is as simple as pitching yourself. So you got a great elevator pitch, that's public relations, right? You're at a party, a cocktail, a networking event, whatever. What you say, what you write about yourself, that's PR. So if you can do it yourself, I say do it yourself, right?
Okay.
If you could clarify your message and get it out there, do it. You need to hire a publicist when it just becomes too big for you and you just can't manage it yourself and you actually need that type of staff or that support, or you just want a sounding board to say, am I on the right track? Usually people come to a PR firm when they've expanded beyond a particular industry or geographic region and they need to manage a message larger than what they're used to.
Now, the old saying for real estate agents is location, location, location. You believe in timing, timing, timing. What does that mean?
Yeah, if you don't have the right timing, so it's got to be to the right person at the right time with the right message. That's what's important here. So it's about being in front of the press all year long, not just one and you're done. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way. I mean, they need to know that you're the expert in your field and that they can actually use you as a source in whatever they're covering. So a lot of people go, oh, I'm just going to send out a press release and be done. It's actually nurturing a relationship over time with people who are creating TV like yourself, or people who are doing radio shows or putting together a magazine. And by the way, magazine editors work 6 months in advance. So we're already pitching Halloween and Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Yeah. Right?
Wow,
I mean, we're
you never
March,
think of that.
right? Yeah, so
You never think
seasonal
of that.
news. There's breaking news of the day. There's seasonal, what's happening in the season, right? There's also evergreen news. Like we want news all the time. Like, how to keep your skin fresh.
How to keep your skin fresh. I love that. You should do a commercial.
By the way, you keep your skin fresh. This is a tip from my mother, who is 85 and an expert in skincare, her own.
Hi, Mom.
And she just does vowels. A-E-I-O-U. That's what yeah. That's a little thing like for your neck, because she'll look at me. She's German. Michelle, your neck exercises. Do your neck exercises. So that kind of tips, though, if you got that like my mom does, you're in.
That's awesome. How important is social media if you're doing your PR yourself or hire an agency? Is social media still important?
Social media, that's where you're actually converting people. So if you think about paid, earned, and owned media, paid is advertising, owned are things that you own, and earned is where I'm playing, like earned editorial. So we say that earned editorial media is really about credibility, but paid media, that's really about traffic, driving traffic to a website, for example. And your owned media, that's really where you're doing that conversion. So someone comes to your website and then you're converting them to a sale. So they all work in tandem. That was a marketing 101, by the way.
Thank you.
Where you're doing the art of earned editorial media, what I'm doing is I'm trying to get you placed in the press venues, paid or owned assets. You see? So it's like you have control over paid and owned. You don't have control over earned. But what earned is about is getting someone else to mention you in their paid and owned assets. Like I'm doing right now. I got you to mention me in your show. And that's the trick, right? Yeah.
You are absolutely right.
So they all work, they're all equally important. And you really one just has different functions than the other.
So who's your right fit client? When you think about, if I can do anything with anybody, my right fit client is whom?
Someone who's making a difference. So what I like to say, my elevator pitch is, they go, well, what's a publicist say? I put people on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. And we have, and we've done that for many decades. So a person who's looking to see, like, if they're a fit with us, I'm not a soloist. I have a team of about 15. We're a boutique, what could they call a boutique PR agency. Mm-hmm. And my business partner has a conversation, and we always will do a free PR consultation with business owners and people who are looking for PR. The big thing is, though, for us is, can we get behind your message? We got to be passionate about what you're saying. We got to believe in what you're saying. I'm not saying that we have to agree with it, whether it's like religion or politics, because that's your voice. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, can we get behind? Does it make a difference for humanity? And will it make a difference for the public good? Because if it doesn't make a difference for the public good, then the press is probably not going to be interested. Then just go buy advertising. No, there's an old saying, because I've been around for a while, I'm sure you've heard this, Tigo, is you pay for advertising, but you pray for PR. And that's so true.
Yeah. That saying's been around since typewriters. We can go back there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, before I let you out of the hot seat, I got to ask you, what does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
Well, I think it's a celebration of women. Women historically have been in circles. And so this is a day where we can unite in a circle, virtually and otherwise, to harness the power of who we are as the majority on the planet. We're the ones that are actually creators, and we're birthing. Our bodies, by virtue of this body, we birth what's in the world. And so we're holding space for the earth, and together this day, International Women's Day, is for us to celebrate that sacred hoop that we all share.
Well, Michelle, I want to thank you, not only for being a guest, for being just your amazing self, for getting behind our message today of wanting to share this day with people and allowing us, access to some of your clients and friends that came on and just shared openly, and they were so much fun and so nice. That wouldn't have happened without you. I want to thank you so much. And literally met this many minutes before all this stuff started to happen. It was in our first conversation, and you went, "Oh, I got amazing people for that." And I went, "What? Wait, huh?" Yeah, you are the best, and I can't wait to see what's coming in our future right down the road, because I have a feeling you and I are going to be tied at the hip for a long time to come.
I agree. I feel the same way. You just have that synergy with people. And I have always felt that, like, since the day we met too, like instant sisters, so I'm excited.
I am too. Thank you so much. And I will talk to you really, really soon. Enjoy the rest of International Women's Day.
You too, Tico.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey mate, do you want to play with me? Yeah, I can't play right now. I'm doing show notes.
All right, all right. If you've been with me all day, I thank you so much. If you just joined, don't worry. We're going to re-air, not the entire thing. We're going to cut them into individual episodes so you'll be able to go back and watch. But stay here, because the next lady coming up, and I do mean lady, the next lady coming up is now a great friend of mine. We are, as we like to say, sisters from another mister. I love talking to her. I get great ideas. We've got projects coming up, and she was just knighted. Yeah. Okay. Crystal, correction, Lady Crystal Richardson, are you out there? I can't hear you. Why are you muted? Hold 1 second. There you go. Let's try now.
I'm here. I am here with you. I am here. I am here.
Wow. So before we get into anything else, tell me about the experience of being knighted. How was that?
It was an honor. It was humbling. It was amazing. It was even more than what I had imagined with all that we discussed earlier during the day of what it really meant. Like we knew a little bit about what it meant, and I thought that I had an understanding, but when Count John Shin went into the details of all of what we would be doing to serve humanity, to serve women and children, and all of the charities and the various committees for the camps, and all of the things that we will be doing to pour into people, it was more than what I expected. And so I am so thrilled, so honored to be able to serve. And that's what it really is. Being a lady is not about a title. And I actually posted that a few days ago on my timeline with a few pictures, and I'll have some other things coming up, but it's about being able to serve. And there is a code, a knight's code of honor for knights and dames, and talking about, the valor of it, and being able to serve, and just what it really means. And there's way more to it than the word serve, but that is what I'm holding on to, because that's what it means to me, is that with all that I already do with the homeless and at-risk youth and all of that, I will be able to partner and serve from this perspective, which means that I can do even more and bring people along with me to do more. So I'm super, super thrilled.
Hold on, but you've been serving your entire life. That is what you've been doing your entire life. And every time we talk, you've got a new project. You're helping a new organization, a new individual, a young person. You've always been doing this. So I would say you've always been Lady Crystal. We just got through the, the actual ceremony, but you've always been doing this. I'm telling you right now, your family, your friend, I'm not bowing when I see you. That's not happening. I'm not doing it. That ain't gonna happen.
And you better not.
Just because of that, I might come on stage. Wow, just because you said that, I might go on stage and bow.
You're silly, but that is a part of what it is. It's just giving honor to people and recognizing people for different things that they've already been doing in their life. And so we are going to be having more investitures, bringing on more knights and dames, and I really am looking forward to being a part of just all of what's being planned. It's just super, super amazing. And so we'll be sharing more on that, as the weeks and days come. And there's even more that's happening above and beyond being knighted. There's some other things that are happening too. So I'll have even more juice to share with you here pretty soon.
Ooh, I can't wait. And maybe, down the road, I'll be Lady Tigo. Ooh, that could be fun. Okay, back to work. You just made a shift recently. You made a shift to JD3 TV. What is that all about?
Yeah, so I, just like a lot of women, and I just want to just give a shout out to International Women's Day and to you, Teresa Tigo, for what you're doing to highlight people, to share all of the amazing journeys that people have and just your amazing energy. I've been tuning in bits and pieces throughout the day. And we all need to give honor to you actually for what you do for all of us. So I just want to kind of get that out there. And so the shift that I've just made, I'm on my vacation week in between my shift, is going from being where I've always, again, been willing to serve. And this has been serving in the healthcare genetic research realm. And with a lot of the different things that I do in media and teaching media, public speaking, and doing TV shows, radio shows, and all of that as being like maybe a really big part of my heart, I was doing both. Okay. And so I had to make a decision. And a lot of women are in this position right now where you have to look at yourself in the mirror, just like I did this morning. And I want to get just a little bit raw. I know we only have like the 9 minutes, but I just want to say how this shift came about. And part of it came to me this morning when I took my shower, washed my hair, and I'm just standing there drying off, and I'm just naked in the mirror, like truly actually physically naked, and standing there and looking at myself. And just realizing that a lot of women, men too, but a lot of women, being International Women's Day, have not taken that step to actually truly look at themselves and look inside of themselves and be okay with who they are. And when I looked at myself, all my bumps and bruises and scars from various surgeries and, maybe a bulge here, a bulge there, and different things that are going on with maybe my skin and different things like that I am who I am for a reason. And God made me who I am for a reason. And God has given me the ability to do very well analytically and do very well from a creative perspective too. So using my left and right brain as they say. And in that, I had to come to grips with the fact that I can even say to myself, and other people have said too, that it's okay to go ahead and make a shift at this time in my life. It's okay to go from the corporate America portion of my life and the serving from a genetic research and engineering and all of that perspective to still doing a little bit of that with various inventors that I meet with and will be meeting with even this coming weekend, but moving into something that I just love and adore and really is a passion of mine related to helping people get their voice out, doing exactly, part of what you're doing right here, which is being able to help people to amplify who they are and to look and dig deep and be okay with that, because doing that helps other people and other women to be able to do the same thing. And so I am stepping totally full-fledged into the second part of what I'll be doing in this portion of my life as the Executive VP of Operations and Innovation for JD3 TV. And with that comes a lot of great and awesome and amazing responsibilities, but really utilizing every single thing that has happened to me and that I have made happen and that God has allowed, using every single little thing to pour into all of the show hosts, all of the people who are subscribing members, pour into the business portion of it, pour into the software techie portion of it, and really just use all the gifts and talents that he's given me up to this point to transition here. And so sometimes people are not okay with doing this fear jump. And one of the names I have is the jumpologist. And so sometimes it's not where you can walk into something. When an opportunity comes and when something comes your way, and you sometimes can think on it and pray on it for a long time, but sometimes you just have to jump. And it should be, in my opinion, where you're already asking God to order your steps. So when something like this comes along, you can go ahead and say yes, because as my husband said, you've been practicing your whole life for this, so you're going to do it or not. So like he likes the bottom line stuff in like one sentence, like deliberating this and that. It's like, oh, I don't know. He's like, look, you've been practicing your whole life for this, and now is the time. So you need to just go ahead and do it. So it's like a one sentence decision for him, related to my life, which is our life. We've been married for 30 years, but I just thank him for that, because that allows me to not just have where I make up my own mind, but having a partner in my life that kind of makes things like that easy. So it's a jump, it's a transition, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. And I'm just tickled pink over it.
I will tell you right now that I'm super proud of you. It's like I met you a few months ago, and every time we talk, there's something that we're both doing at the same time. We're both thinking we both like sloths. I mean, how is that possible? And it's just, I am super
I don't even
proud
know.
of you.
People hear what she just said. We both like sloths. And I saw one today on a commercial. He was just like, just going like, who even knows what a sloth is, first of all? We both are, love and adore sloths. Like, yeah. So you're always copying after me.
No. I'm not copying after you. No. But we are doing things together all the time. What do you tell people about fear when they say, oh, I want to be on a talk show, but I'm scared? Oh, I want to start a business, but I'm scared. Oh, I've been married for 30 years and we've done the same routine every day. And my husband tells me to get out there and go for it, but I'm just too scared. What do you tell them?
It's basically what I just did. Just take that deep breath and then just go for it. Like, we all have where we hopefully, I pray that everybody has some kind of religious belief. I'm a born again Christian. I'm actually an ordained minister as well, missionary evangelist. But it comes a time where we have to realize that, the devil, like, he's doing his job 24/7. And if we're going to allow him to be on his job and we're not on our job to step out and do the things that we already know that are deep down inside of us, or if we have not taken that time to look at ourselves like naked and see, like, what is it that I really have? What is it that I really want? What are my goals for my life? What is the impact that I could have in the world? And then just do all of that and then just sit on it. Then what good is it? What good is it? So I believe truly in jumping, walking, crawling, however you need to get there in various areas of our lives. Yes, I was just knighted as a lady, but it doesn't mean that I'm perfect. I have different things that I'm catching up with and getting done. But we always have to keep moving. So sometimes fear and sometimes, the adversary we're stagnant only because of that. Because we have the fear of the unknown, the fear of what's coming next, the fear of failure. But what about the fear of not even having it be a fear. But what if everything does go right as opposed to everything going wrong? What if people do laugh at you? What if they do? Like, so what? And you can turn that around as well. So the definition I have for fear is FEAR. And there's a lot of different definitions. Mine is fresh energy awaiting reset. Fresh energy awaiting reset. So you're fearful and your heart is pounding because you're scared. You can easily turn that over into it pounding because you're excited. And some of it just has to do with how we use our words based on what comes out of our mind down to our mouth. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. But you can say, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. And your voice is trembling. You're on stage, you have the mic and your hand, because you've seen people like their hand is going like this.
Oh yeah.
You say, oh my gosh, you know what? And so just own it. Own the fear and step forward, jump forward anyway. Like, guys, my hand is shaking up here. I am so scared, but guess what? I'm also so excited. And I just want to pour into you today. I just want to just, give you what is on my heart. And I want to share these experiences and blah, 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 blah. Just turn it in, just own it and just say it. And then have people clap, have people jump, have people do whatever to harness some of that energy and move forward. So I say it's fresh energy awaiting reset. And don't let anybody or anything take that from you. Use it, reset it as a positive.
You're amazing, my friend. I got to ask you, I already know the answer, what you're going to say, but I'm going to let you say it. When the cameras aren't on, when the mics aren't on, you're not on stage and you're not the creative executive that you are for JD3 TV, what does my friend, now Lady Crystal Richardson, do for fun?
What do I do for fun? Well, my fun isn't necessarily the same as other people's fun, but I'll just go ahead and let you know what I do. So I love to dance. I teach dance, and I have a studio location, and sometimes it's here too, right here on the other side of where this camera is by my piano. I just love to dance. So I'll go and just put on some music really loud and just be me. Or I'll go to the studio. Sometimes I'll turn the lights on or I'll leave them off and I'll just dance and just twirl around and just really get into the music. And I have a gig bar. Those of you who may know what that is, it has like all the lights are flashing and it's spinning around. And I just have my own little concert. And then part of what I also do is I love to sew. I create my own clothing, and I'll be having a clothing line come out maybe sometime down in the future when I don't have anything else to do. I just made an Afghan. I just made an Afghan out of some really fuzzy yarn and stuff. And so I like to create. And sometimes I create by writing chapters in my book, or I'll do a commercial, or I'll do something that is related to creating, where some people are like, well, that's not fun. Yeah, it is fun for me to create commercials. It is fun for me to create different things from a media perspective, and just to do anything and everything with my hands. It is fun for me to read a technical book or watch a technical video on YouTube and then apply some of the methods. Like, that's fun for me.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by we're sisters from another mister, because we do the same thing. 3 a.m, I'm sitting up watching some tech video, and my family's like, really? For real? But that's fun for me, and that's when I have time to do it. I didn't plan the order of the interviews today. I sent out the links and said, pick the best time that you have, not knowing that you were going to be wrapping up the show with me. And I couldn't think of a better way to wrap up. Can you tell me, please, before we call it a day, what's International Women's Day means to you personally?
Well, since I'm wrapping it up and you can just put yourself back on the camera, because I know you've been interviewing everyone, I want to hear what it means to you, and then I'll say what it means to me. How about that? So, Teresa Goss, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
You know what? Not my government name. 1, 2, International Women's Day means being able to not only share your message, but share hope, share passion. There are women that are watching this all over the world, in some countries that some of us don't even know exist. There are so many tiny places on this planet. And because of cell phones and internet, we're able to reach into those worlds and share those messages. So for me, it's giving that hope, that dream, and showing people the yellow brick road and being able to say, hey, it's here. We are here. If you want to step out there, if you want to go for it, You got a net. It's called us. And that's what International Women's Day means for me. Now, how
Aw.
about you, sis?
So all over the world, let's just give a round of applause on what it means to her and thank her for all that she's done for all of us on this day, International Women's Day. And so for me, and I thought about that because I heard that you've been asking everybody this question, and it does have to do with the word hope, but it has to do with each and every word of the day, International Women's Day. So from an international perspective, we are women, not just on this day, but on every day that we are given breath, we are women. We are women. So to me, every day is International Women's Day because all over the world, we all have various things that we're struggling with. We all have triumphs. We all have things that we wish we could do better. We all have things that we do well, and sometimes we don't give ourselves enough credit. We all have where we are looking deep down inside of ourselves to understand, why am I here? What is the impact that I could have? Do I even matter? And so for International Women's Day, it means to me that I am a part of a bigger group. I am a part of a bigger force. I am a part of a bigger impact because together we have done a lot already as women, and together we can do even more. And I am going back once again to me standing naked in the mirror this morning is what International Women's Day means to me, is that we can help one another to be okay with who we are. We can help one another to not just be okay, but also help one another grow in the areas that we have expertise in, and to bond with one another, maybe even cry with one another and have compassion for one another as we lift one another. So I have a website. It's called iacceptme.com, iacceptme.com. And I made that 2 birthdays ago because of so many women, all different shapes and sizes and colors, and maybe even multicolors. You know, there's various different skin conditions where you're different colors, or you have blotches, you have different things that are going on where we don't really do a good job a lot of times, I feel, in accepting ourselves. So International Women's Day to me is a time for me to say that I'm thankful for who I am. And if there's anything that I can do to help other women to be able to say, I accept me, that's what I want to do on today. And that's what it means to me, is self-acceptance.
I love it. I love it. And I can't think of a better way to close out International Women's Day today. And if you guys don't remember the website she just shared, I've been telling you all day, go to Tigo Direct. Crystal was one of the first people to sign up for Tigo Direct. So you go there, you type in Crystal. I don't know if we have Lady Crystal in there yet, but we'll make sure we get it there. And you'll see her profile, send her a message. It'll end up in her inbox. And believe it or not, she is so fast in getting back to you. She's busier than I am, and she still beats me to the punch every time. I thank you, my sister, for being a part of International Women's Day today with me. I know we have so many more journeys to take.
We do. We do.
Talk to you soon.
We'll be setting up some meetings. We have stuff we need to do.
Yeah, I know. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. I hope you enjoyed today. 29 women, one day, 15-minute interviews. They were fantastic. Dr. M couldn't make it. She's the one that couldn't make it today, but we will get Dr. M's interview, I promise, and we will distribute it to you so you can check her out because she is awesome and amazing. You know, I've been saying it all day. Go to Tigo Direct if you want to reach out to these ladies or anyone who's ever been on Expert Talk. You know, we're on every day, Monday through Friday at the 9 at 9. So come check us out at the 9 at 9. And all of the interviews that happened today will be edited and distributed as individual episodes and on 40 plus platforms, audio and video, including our network, podnation.tv, where you'll find it on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV. So you can't tell me, don't tell me, Tigo, I can't find it. Yeah, you'll be able to find it. I thank you for watching, as always. I thank you for supporting us, as always. And as always, I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye.